We got a couple things different today. Howdy, howdy, howdy. First time wearing glasses on stream because I'm still pretty sick and I didn't feel like wearing contacts today. I caught some sort of weird sinus infection, seasonal thing probably, so I haven't streamed the past couple days. And my tonight's stream might be a little short. We'll see. Not feeling particularly great, but yeah, there's still some stuff I want to get done, so we'll see. First up, bespeckled, super rare. Mr. Tomato Anus, friend of the channel, released a BioShock Infinite speedrunning explained video that we've been waiting on for literally years. He released that earlier today. And I would have watched it anyways, but he was also kind of, maybe dropping some hints that, you know, maybe he'd want to see me watch it, so there might be something afoot in this video. I don't know. I guess we'll find out. But it's a pretty lengthy video. You know, it's the length of a BioShock Infinite run, so we got an hour and 40 minutes, give or take. I'm sure I'll pause and talk about some stuff along the way. The rare glasses, I know, dude. Literally never before seen on stream. What's up, Mr. Tomato? Let's see. Let's bring... You know what, Chad can stay in the corner. I was gonna bring Chad down by the webcam, but you guys can stay in the corner. Let me also pin this message so you guys can go and click the video. You know, give it a little like and subscribe before you hop into it. New glitches in speed tech? No, not really. Infinite Stuff's had a couple of things recently. Some very minor things, but overall the route's been pretty defined for a while. Let's see. Got audio. Let me just. Okay, we got audio in there. Okay. Cool. It should be at a good volume. All right, let me just double check everything. BSI. Oh my god. Now we'll actually be seeing at SGDQ. Got a little shock block finally. After, well, I can't say System Shock games and BioShock games have really been in that often together. But I think there's been a couple of times where they've kind of done a shock block and they didn't. But this time around we do have a shock block. This Gulch running, that. Was it so blurry? Because I literally paused it while I was moving. I don't want to quite start the video yet, I just want to make sure there's audio. It'll look better once I click play. Alright, let me just, can I hit 0? Nope. Fuck, like, I want to drag the bar back to 0, and YouTube literally doesn't do this, dude. Like, there. You happy now? But yeah, for those that didn't see, Mouse PI for Hire is also going to be at SGDQ. Going to be doing the any % no 20 FPS strats on Saturday, which is pretty cool. Run number 31, by the way. System Shock 2 will be 30. Mouse PI for Hire. The 31. It's pretty cool, making me feel real old. Alright. So this is gonna be a long video, so I guess we better get into it. Let's get a little time to be like, yeah, it's pretty early in the morning. I don't typically have runs that are at noon. And it's on the final day too, which is also a pretty rare occurrence. I think the only other finale day run I've had was Trepang, so I pulled it off a backup. Like, Trepang would not have been a last day kind of game, but it came off a backup, it was good. When exactly did these other videos come out? How long have we been waiting on this video? 3 years? No, there's more than that. YouTube. Oh, Hello. Okay, it's 4. 4 at the end of the month. Nice. So since May 31st of 2022, nearly 4 years ago, when we watched the first one, I believe the second one came out not too long after Tomato Anus's Bioshock 1 Explains. Been waiting on the Infinite one. I've asked him a couple times, and at AGDQ, he was like, hey, you know, maybe that's coming sometime soon. We watched the first and second on the channel, reacted to it, fixed a couple mistakes and explanation, maybe. Speedruns for Infinite, I probably won't have as much to correct. I wasn't really a big runner initially, and a lot of the newer stuff's been found by other people. Of the Bioshock, it's the one that I kind of helped route the least. So we'll see. But I'm excited to check this out. You know, maybe we'll have a little something in here. Tomato's been kind of poking me and prodding me, being like, hey, video's coming out. You might want to watch it. So I'm excited. I always like these videos. They're great. And it helps more people get into the run. After Bioshock 1's Speedrun Explained, there's like so much stuff found, like within 2 months of that video coming out. Pretty crazy. You can go back to Bioshock 1 if you want to, Tomato, and re-explain everything. But yeah, we'll jump into it. I'm going to pause alerts and stuff as well. So if anybody subscribes, thank you for that. I'll thank you, but just to not take away from this video and all the hard work that went into it, we'll pause those for the time being. Maybe in 4 years, yeah. What comes out first? Bioshock Speedrun Explains a revisit, or Bioshock 4? Or the Bioshock movie? So it's a pretty close tie between those. All right, let's see. Let's see what we got. Sure, the audio's good. Oh my god, it's a speedrun.
My name's Tomato Anus, also known as the exception to the big hand, big foot rule. This is a segmented any % speedrun of Bioshock Infinite, and I'm gonna explain how the—
Oh, he's over here on, okay. I'm covering him up. Well, this guy edited himself into the game, that's crazy.
Prisoner both recorded the run for this video and—
Oh, covering him again.
To make sure it's all as accurate as possible. This run's done on easy because Prisoner is new to FPS games and still wants to control the action.
True, he is.
What's on easy is you take less damage and deal more, but there's a little more to it that I'll cover later.
He's flying through this explanation. Holy.
The run opens with an unnamed woman asking Booker, the player character, a doozy of a—
Whoa, whoa, whoa. The title, I'm not subscribed by the way, on this channel. I'll resubscribe on this channel that I'm on currently. This just says any %. This doesn't say any % H or H mod. Wow, this guy's lying clickbait. I'm unsubscribing right now. How do I unsubscribe? Unsubscribe. But I'll resubscribe just for the notifications.
Question to open a game.
Booker, are you afraid of God?
You thought I wouldn't notice.
But I'm afraid of you.
This is then immediately followed by a quote attributed to R. Lutess, which broaches the topic of the multiverse.
I wanted to find a way to edit that screen for so long. I'm already going to pause the video, by the way. We're going to do this a lot. There's a flash up like that in Talladega Nights. That has a great quote as well that I would love to have at the beginning of Infinite, but I have no way of actually like editing that text. But one day maybe we'll find a way to edit it.
This leads to a cutscene where Booker is in a rowboat with a different unnamed woman and an unnamed man doing an Abbott and Costello routine about whether or not Booker helps rowing the boat, but Booker doesn't row. So there's a lot of cutscenes in this game and run, like a lot. There are some that involve skips, time saves, and other oddities, but a lot are just downtime, and in this video will likely be downtime as well where I don't have much to explain. But I'm feeling a bit romantic about speedrunning right now and how some runs allow you to still—
I would not believe you know.
To the story between all of the speed text. So rather than fast forward through downtime video, I'll just provide progress bars and timestamps to skip downtime during cutscenes in between explanations.
This guy just wants more ad revenue.
Come on, grow. Oh, hey, Minnesota guy.
Hey, Chicago guy, up to your experiments again?
Yeah. Bah, get out of here. What have you been up to?
Damn, the dog, dude.
Checking out the features on Surfshark, the VPN I installed on her computer. Oh, I remember these guys. Yeah, lately I've been browsing like a Bahamian, and by that I mean connecting to servers in places like Albania, Mongolia, and the Bahamas, since YouTube doesn't serve.
This guy clicking on his own videos.
You Bahama guy, don't do that. No, that's a bad idea. We do not want to do that.
Wait a second. Were all of the recommended?
The VPN I installed on her computer. Oh, I remember these guys. Yeah, lately I've been.
Hold on.
Bahamian, and by that I mean connecting to servers in places like Albania, Mongolia, and the Bahamas.
Any free promos? Whoa, Speedrun explains, some Half-Life 2 stuff, Roblox, some Cuphead stuff. Wow, okay. No fun edits over here?
Since YouTube doesn't
Alright, let's watch it.
in those countries. Wow, may as well call you Bahama guy. Don't do that. No, that's a bad idea. We do not want to do that. Just like how browsing public Wi-Fi without a VPN is a bad idea, right? Yeah, Surfshark gives me a lot more peace of mind when I try connecting to random neighbors' networks. Hey, I heard they have a clean web feature now. You bet. That's in the app and their browser extension, which blocks ads, trackers, malware, and cookie consent pop-ups. And let me guess, you can get 4 extra months of Surfshark VPN for free when you use the link surfshark.com/tomatovpn or code tomato.
Whoa.
Checkout.
Connecting to the UK, yeah.
Money back guarantee. Nice.
Nice, dude.
Hey, Minnesota guy, I got another experiment to try. Pull my finger.
He's got no legs.
Was something supposed to happen? I shit myself.
You do. We're never going to get there.
No, I mean, I'd greatly appreciate it if you would assist.
Wait a minute, that card.
I imagine he has a greater interest in getting there than I do.
I suppose he does, but there's no point in asking.
Why not?
Because he doesn't row.
He doesn't row.
No, he doesn't row.
I see what you mean.
I'm getting PTSD. It's actually triggering me. I never did fix my crashing issues. I need to reinstall the game, like, completely. Gotta do that at some point. Look at him climb.
So after not rowing, prisoners gotta run up to the lighthouse, echoing the very beginning of the series. As he opens the door, he pays no mind to the note addressed to Booker saying to bring them the girl and wipe away the debt, and similarly ignores the cross-stitched invitations from a self-identifying savior.
Is anyone here? Hello?
And this run without commentary? Oh, bet. Let's watch that instead.
Bell puzzle that he has to do. Prisoner will ring those bells with a
Puzzle.
that would leave anyone listening for a discernible melody absolutely befuddled. He then has to wait around a bit for the sky to fart red at him a couple times before the top of the lighthouse opens. While he waits, a few things worth pointing out. You can see Prisoner's frame rate in the top left corner. Your FPS is very important in infinite runs. The game's very reliant on frame rate. Throughout the run, Prisoner will be using hotkeys in his frame rate limiting software to
Literally cheating.
cap is to manipulate the game into desired effects, but for the most part, he keeps it at around 180. You'll also notice a Jay Garrick looking hat in the top left corner next to his frame rate. This is the indicator of a mod he has installed. See, this isn't just an
Whoa.
any% run.
Pop-ups.
This is an any% HRH mod run, which allows the installation of the Hill Runner's Hat mod that forces the Hill Runner's Hat to spawn at a specific gear drop. The Hill Runner's Hat is hugely important for speedruns, but has a 1.5 to 2% chance of dropping, with the drop point runners grind for it at otherwise being 30 minutes into the run. The gear gives you a 50% speed boost for 5 seconds every time you break your shield, which is enormous, especially with such an easy trigger condition and especially in a game of this length where you have ample opportunity to take advantage of the boost. Back in the day, you'd have to do a third of the run and hope that you get a lucky drop for Hill Runner's Hat, which
A third?
isn't all that.
Back in the day, that was
2018, the BioShock Infinite speedrun community decided to allow use of
a fourth.
mod, which makes it a much more tolerable speedrun to grind. The regular any% category still exists, which Prisoner holds the record in as well, but the default and more active category is the one with the HRH mod.
Just stay calm.
Yeah, like really the first big game to do any sort of modding for a main category. I'm glad he didn't link the Reddit post on it. People were up in arms. Oh, that was a fun time. r/speedrun is a very fun place to discuss topics such as modding your game for better playability. But yeah, notably kind of the game everyone points to be like, well, they did it and everyone likes it, so we should have those kind of things as well. Like skipping cutscenes at the beginning, no intro kind of runs. The glasses. Oh my god, I got glasses.
So after sitting in the most foreboding dentist chair from hell, Booker is being rocketed to an altitude of over 15,000 feet where he catches a glimpse of Columbia.
Hallelujah.
This is the setting of the game, a flying city that in the game world's history was commissioned by the US government as a display of American and religious exceptionalism. The population of Columbia fell into zealotism with its founder, Father Comstock, who led the city to intervene in the Boxer Rebellion and ultimately secede from the United States, with him shaping the city into his image of a perfect society.
Hell yeah, brother.
With the city celebrating the 10th anniversary of its secession during the events of the game. Personally though, the most physically impressive thing about this flying city is that a parachuting shuttle can precisely and presumably consistently land in a dedicated spot.
I mean, that's what modern rockets do, right? You get them land exactly back on the base and stuff, so. Yeah. They just predicted it 10 years early. True visionaries, that Columbia. Look at all the sponsorships you could have like fit in here. Thinking too small, and just had one at the beginning of the run. Dude, you could add like all the sponsorships.
After some subtle messaging regarding Comstock's supposed salvation, Prisoner will gain control of Booker, but he won't quite have full control yet. His speed is going to be capped pretty severely as he walks to a baptism you're forced to accept to progress. Thankfully, you can travel slightly faster when limited like this by chaining jumps together. It's not quite bunny hopping. If you spam jump, you actually travel slower. Every time he lands, he needs to build momentum back up before he jumps again, so there's a bit of rhythm to it, which ultimately saves about 1 second through this whole intro segment.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's not really a big thing you do for speed, it's just kind of
Stairs up ahead, but otherwise he's making sure to jump as he goes.
for not getting bored in the beginning of a run.
Time he's in the air and traveling at the fastest speed, like how he does with the stairs right after this spiral set. The run has almost entirely been cutscenes so far, which might seem really insufferable from a speedrunner's perspective, but Prisoner said that he actually doesn't mind it since he doesn't reset much. Dude's just good enough at the game where he's really consistent and gets pretty good times on average and largely does no resets. Speaking of cutscenes, after Prisoner tried to peep at the preacher's dogs, we have a mandatory one where Booker's nearly drowned, we hear a voice clamoring about a deal Booker's made, and we catch a glimpse of Columbia attacking New York City. At least that's what I remember.
Yeah, I mean, it's not really a game you ever want to reset because of how awful it is, so you just kind of get forced into not resetting. Like, I don't know of any runner that really does. Like, maybe Distortion did when he was grinding it out years ago, but like everyone just at least takes it as far as they can. Dear God, is it? Is it not a fun reset? Pop, 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 pop.
Who's there? Who's there?
I didn't even look at the doorknob.
Now this is what KPC's name really
Sheesh, look at those feet.
stop partying to
Out for free.
dancing. After visiting KPC's
true.
place and also having a grossly sexy statue of Benjamin Franklin staring down at us, Prisoner will gain control and again have his movement speed limited, meaning he'll take to jumping in a rhythm again to get away from Comstock's version of the Holy Trinity as quickly as possible. He'll jump off a rock in the bush at the top of the stairs to again jump from a higher elevation and stay in air longer. He'll then do the first skip of the run. Through the doors, you normally have to wait for the ground and gate to lower, but Prisoner will instead jump around the invisible wall blocking him to get down and save about 12 seconds. You have to wait a little bit before jumping though, otherwise you'll hit a death plane and get teleported back, so he uses the fourth note that the violin plays in the score as the audio cue for when to jump.
Oh, really? Yeah, so the audio cue? Honestly, I've always... There's the setup used to be you look for a shadow passing over this from like the top part, like a little shadow will pass over. Honestly, after doing it enough, I just kind of have a timing down. I've never heard of someone using the audio cues, but I'm assuming Prisoner actually does that. It's interesting.
Up ahead, there's another spot you're supposed to wait at, this time to watch a parade that touts a miracle child, the Lamb, born to Comstock and his late wife, Lady Comstock. I honestly hate parades. Can't stand them, never have, so Prisoner's gonna help me out by doing a slip clip to skip it. This
slip clip
naturally determines locations of everything with an XYZ coordinate system. If there's a wall or object though that isn't aligned parallel to the coordinate grid, like it's askew in the XY plane for instance, and you also have over 120 frames per second, physics get funky when you touch the wall/object. For this slip clip, Prisoner has to crouch and turn to be looking at a specific angle, and by then just holding right, he slides on through the barrier and can jaywalk across the sky. Slip clips are foundational to many skips and glitches.
Yeah, so the 120 thing is true, but also underplaying it, because if you look here, you need a lot for the slip clips, especially the ones used consistently in the runs. Like, most of them, if you're not hitting at least 400, you'd like typically just chalk it up to not being able to do it. Especially like parade skip. If you can't get 400, even 400's like iffy to get it consistently. Like 500 plus is pretty nice. Like you could get it at a lower frame rate, but the parade's gonna be over by then.
But they're also FPS dependent, with time save varying based on the FPS you perform them at. Like with parade skip, which consists
Yo, Muffin, what up, dude?
25 and 35 seconds.
True.
The prolonged intro of BioShock Infinite's kinda approaching its conclusion, where after a fair bit more running, we'll arrive at a carnival. This serves as a tutorial of sorts, where you're able.
Would you call this the end of the tutorial? The end of the intro? I honestly feel like the intro is not until after saving Elizabeth and leaving the tower. But maybe that's also because that's where you reset over Hillrunner's hat. It's like that's the beginning of the run of getting the Battleship Bay. I guess technically once you start getting into Columbia, it's out of the intro, but I feel like until you meet Elizabeth, it's still intro. I think it's the same name in Dishonored. I mean, yeah, but it's a very different, very different trick. And Dishonored, I wish, oh my god, if BioShock had slip clips like Dishonored does, whoo! Fun fact about that, and System Shock 2, since I'll be running that. When BioShock was being made, they wanted to have teleport be a plasmid. So if you've played System Shock 2, teleport is one of the psi abilities you get. But they realized when they were making it, it broke too many of their like scripted cutscenes and just the overall levels. So they took it out because it was just naturally way too broken. There's actually an Easter egg in BioShock 2 once you get to Fontaine Futuristics, where there's like a whole chase line of finding the teleport plasmid and it like being experimental and broken, which is pretty cool. But yeah, if that was ever in the run, that'd be so cool. I want someone to mod it back in.
Able to play Carnival.
Random tangent.
Teach you the basics of combat, such as shooting and using vigors. It's after the Carnival that there's then a bit more running before you arrive at the actual end of the intro, where you win a raffle, do a quick time event to choose whether or not you're racist, and get thrown into combat. Prisoners
True.
all of this though and go straight to the end of the level by doing raffle skip, which saves about 4 minutes. When you play this game on a high frame rate, you're able to jump and land.
Okay, yeah. Prisoner does the jump over the walls and stuff.
To spam jump to land and hop across these railings you normally can't land on and up onto collision out of bounds.
I've always hated this trick.
Next area, forcing it to load, with this being where you first meet the fireman enemy type. He skips some triggers in doing this, meaning the fireman never spawns. Usually the fireman drops the Devil's Kiss vigor, but since he never spawned, he never drops it, so Prisoner doesn't get the chance to pick it up. That's actually faster though, I'll explain why later. So once he loads into this next area, he dismisses a few DLC pop-ups. He has DLC installed. More specifically, he has all of it installed.
Whoa.
Pop-ups are because this room is where you can
Pay to win.
get a bunch of bonuses for having DLC, including multiple infusions which you can use to upgrade your health, shield, or salts, with salts being what you expend to use a vigor. He chooses to upgrade his salts every time, then grabs a gold bar worth 500 silver eagles and 2 pieces of gear, this game's form of passive abilities. The first is Sugar Rush, making you move 50% faster for 3 seconds whenever you eat a snack, and the second is Fleet Feet, which increases your movement speed when you move left, right, or back. After he takes the mandatory shield upgrade from the woman who sounds eerily like the woman from the rowboat, he'll eat the hot dog on the counter for the Sugar Rush speed boost and guzzle a likely warm beer in the hallway back here to re-up the boost. Because of Sugar Rush, he can get to these hooks faster than intended and can leap past the ship you normally have to wait for, saving a few seconds. Notice the gold skin on the machine gun he grabs here. The skin is from one of the DLCs, with it also giving the machine gun a 25% damage upgrade out the gate. He machine guns a skylight to drop down and pick up a Devil's Kiss fireball vigor that spawns here. Picking up a vigor from a spawn like this as opposed to the first available spot like the fireman fight we skips an animation introducing the vigor that typically lasts about 20 seconds. Inside the house here, he shoots in 2 different spots, with a woman randomly running into the second spurt. The first shot manipulates the police waiting outside into opening the door, and the second shot makes them open the door sooner, skipping going the long way around. He'll smash another glizzy that's chilling on a nearby trash can, real sanitary, and I'm sure you might have noticed by now, but you need a Terrar-sized appetite to speedrun this game. There's persistent food spawns all over this game, with Prisoner hitting up any along the route for a quick bite to regain his boost. You'll notice he often jumps at the end of boosts, which is to carry the boost momentum a little farther.
There's a quiz? Oh, there will be.
Due to being on the ground when the boost ends. Right now he's solely boosting with Sugar Rush, which only lasts for 3 seconds. Sprinting with Sugar Rush has you move about 1.5 times faster.
Well, the math.
Speed, and walking has you move about 2.25 times faster than the normal walk speed, which, funny enough, is very slightly faster than sprinting with the boost. This is why you'll often see him walk while he's boosted. You can tell whether he's walking or sprinting in any given moment based on whether or not his gun's in the ready position. Because
we might get to this later, but also just before I even got to this part. It's the whole reason you often see this happen of killing this guy is here you're just looking for a food drop, right? There is consistently spawned food drops throughout the game. If you're just killing like a random enemy like this, it's because you're looking for one of those food things off their body, which is not guaranteed. But while we're just mentioning Sugar Rush is also like not critical for the run like Hill Runner's Hat is. Like the DLC is nice to have and saves time, but it's not like you can't run the game without it. Just lets you go faster. So it's like that's why it looks.
He's walking or sprinting in any given moment based on whether or not his gun's in the ready position. Because the Sugar Rush boost is so short and the speed difference is so minimal, it's not the end of the world if he's sprinting or walking during the boosts for now. A lot of it matters on where he's physically at in the level, with jumping at boost end wherever possible being much more important than trying to cancel your sprint every time. Whether he sprints or walks,
if it right there.
Much more later on when he has the Hill Runner's Hat though. That's the gear that the mod is installed for, which also gives a speed boost that stacks with Sugar Rush, and walking is much faster with the stacked boosts. Anyway, right now he's about to fight an enemy that uses the Murder of Crows vigor, with Prisoner standing in a specific spot to manipulate the guy into always going to the same spot, where Prisoner lays down 2 Devil's Kiss traps. The 2 traps
he's gonna kiss him.
Drops the Murder of Crows vigor upon dying, which Prisoner doesn't pick up because, like Devil's Kiss, he'll get it later to avoid watching the long animation. Here he'll get a hot dog and oinker was saving for later, then head outside where he'll hop across some hooks to the end of this area, which you'll notice he typically shakes his camera when jumping onto hooks. Normally you're locked into an animation when you jump on a hook, but shaking leaves your camera unlocked, allowing him to pre-aim at his next destination.
I think it's also FPS dependent as well. Like the higher it is, like the weirder it is for the lock.
Split. This game doesn't really have clear-cut chapters to cross off throughout the run, so instead I'll be using the split names Prisoner uses since I think they're a suitable replacement. Prisoner shoots any enemies who wander in his path so he can check them for snacks to activate Sugar Rush, but also because cotton candy really does hit different when you eat it off the corpse of a man who was saving it for their child waiting at home.
True.
Of the Skyline, the main mode of transport in Colombia, with Prisoner 360ing onto it to show off. While riding, it's sometimes faster to jump ahead on the track to save a little more time like he does here. Up ahead, he has to hop off the rail to pull a lever to move a cargo.
Honestly, I don't know if anyone's like legitimately timed that though. I think it's a thing runners always do, and we assume it's faster, but I don't know if like on a very technical level, if anyone's really timed it out, if it's faster to like jump ahead on railings. Like it seems like it should be, but at least I've never seen hard data on it. At least maybe Prisoner's done it.
To do a glitch called cargo boost.
Cargo boost.
The rail in a pretty precise spot ahead of the box, which gets him stuck in the cargo box and shoots him forward really fast to a
and whoop
on the rail. Early, the dismount onto this gunship breaks, landing him on an invisible floor where he runs straight to the next part of the level, where he'll reset from checkpoint as soon as he hits the checkpoint update. He's now going to go for a lengthy elevator ride, with Comstock talking to Booker via a video screen on the side of a big airship next to us.
Need to head to the roof. Take that skyline to Monument Island.
Wait, hold on. Why is
oh shit.
replaced with a photo of me? Never mind, it blinked. Why is the Comstock video replaced with a video of me? Comstock talks to Booker during this elevator ride about
It's the guy.
but I guess Prisoner replaced the Comstock video with footage I'm not sure how he got.
Oh, I gave it to him.
There go my glasses. After the elevator, Prisoner will have to hop to the big airship that the video is playing on the side of. He's actually supposed to do a combat when he gets down there in a moment, but by throwing a Devil's Kiss trap through a doorway to land inside the airship, some enemies will blow up right when they spawn. Those initial enemies dying on
Did he just say a combat?
the big airship that the video is playing on the side of. He's actually supposed to do a combat when he gets down there in a moment, but by throwing a Devil's Kiss trap through
It's a weird way of saying it.
the airship, some enemies will blow up right when they spawn. Those initial
combat.
dying on spawn causes the game to think the
Whoa, we're spinning.
unlocking the door inside right away. Also, 1, why am I spinning? 2, where did my shirt go? And
Oh shit.
does it now look like I'm stuck in the Phantom Zone? The elevator ride is almost over with an invisible
New emote dropping.
elevator too soon. Because of
Tomato spin.
invisible wall disappears
.com.
sooner. And since he restarted from checkpoint before the elevator, the wall will disappear an additional half-second earlier. These two coupled let him outrun the big airship, able to hop on instantly rather than wait a few seconds.
You've come to lead my land astray, but thy crook is bent and thy path.
So in the story, the current objective is to get to Monument Island, where the supposed girl we need to get to wipe away our debts is located. After Booker sets the Zeppelin's course to Monument Island, Comstock shows up in person to personally declare war on Booker.
I'm just a prophet. So
Well, I don't have to.
amen.
Almonds.
Drop out the slow to open bay doors, leisurely mowing a dude down to amuse himself and checking his pocket for coin while waiting, before then leaping to the skyline as soon as it's visible.
Like, this is why you see runners jump like 3 times, but like,
Some cigarettes for a boost away.
I don't know if it's technically faster.
First split of the run.
Whee!
So when you leap onto a hook, there's a small running animation before the actual jump. All this animation really does though is delay your jump to the hook. So here Prisoner hugs the wall when leaping, since the game considers hugging the wall as there being an obstacle in front of you, so the animation is skipped and he leaps instantly.
Aw. Hug a wall, save some frames.
Better locked up in this place.
As he runs through the lobbies of Monument Island, he has a consistent food route he follows with the set food spawns. It was around here when I asked Prisoner if he has a favorite food item in the game, and he picked cotton candy. Might also explain some of the things I said earlier. He has a sizable elevator ride ahead of him, and at the top he's going to do a variation of a slip clip called a wall zip. I talked earlier about how slip clips allow you to clip into certain walls and objects based on their
Yeah, there's a lot of little tech that goes on in Infinite runs that aren't like major time saves, but
The game will put you on top of the wall. Prisoner is first going to clip into a railing, which moves him horizontally off the ground, causing him to wall zip to the top of the railing. He then slip clips into an invisible wall above the railing, changes angle, and clips into the nearby curved wall to wall zip to the top of the wall, where he moves and jumps to do one final wall zip. Running above the hall containing the cutscene trigger for seeing Elizabeth the first time, he spans a gap missing invisible floor with another variant of slip clipping called an elevator. This is where if a wall is sloped, you're able to repeatedly do tiny zips to slowly climb by moving into it while not touching the ground.
Oh, he still does this method?
It's like you're just jumping to slowly climb a sloped wall, but it is a series of tiny zips. He drops down after the elevator, then does another wall zip to get on top of the wall above the girder.
Okay, no, yeah, okay.
Another elevator to span a gap without floor. Once back on solid, invisible ground again, he just has 2 spots he has to jump at, but otherwise can run to the end of
There's just an old method of, like, just hugging the wall all the way around instead of dropping off early. Method is safer. Well, I mean, it's the, like, record kind of VOD. I mean, it is safer to drop that way, but I thought he was going to show the, like, hugging the wall the entire way. So usually, I feel like when I've seen that method, you just, like, jump to that spot where you do the next wall zip up. Like,
other elevator.
You jump from, like, here to there and then clip up instead of getting a jump off of here. But, you know, it's one of those things every runner's going to have, like, a slightly different way of doing, I guess.
To span a gap without floor. Once back on solid, invisible ground again, he just has 2 spots he has to jump at, but otherwise can run to the end of this out-of-bounds stretch. Prisoner's been doing a lot of manipulation to his frame rate so far, with each elevator having a frame rate they're most consistent and fastest at, and the ones he just did being around 360. Those weren't entirely the best first examples of elevators though. He'll be using them a lot more later, but more for their actual climbing ability rather than for just not falling. He then has a quick jaunt outside in the nipple-hardening wind before entering the unskippable cutscene of us being introduced to Elizabeth. At least for now, the cutscene's unskippable. Maybe one day someone will figure it out. Maybe it'll be you.
Whoa. So, not brought it up yet, but the construction of this building makes 0 sense if you think about it for like 10 seconds. Like, she has all of these other side rooms, but once she gets in here, she's completely locked in and has no way out. But like, how does she get to the other rooms then? Why do you have to go outside to get into the top chamber? Like, there's there's so much about Monument Tower that it just doesn't make any sense, which is kind of a common thing for the game. What did he say? You'll never know.
Hello. Hey! Knock it off! Stop it! Will you stop it? Not here to hurt you.
Who are you?
My name is DeWitt.
My God.
Fred. I come to get you out.
Makes stairs in each room? But she specifically says she can't make stairs in the tower. It sucks her power away.
Are you real?
I mean, she can, but they also say she can't. And Tara's not go to the same room.
You've gotta go.
They move to a different dimension.
I want to be here when he gets here. Just a minute, I'm getting dressed.
Get you out of here.
There's no way out. Trust me, I've looked. Stop it, you're too impatient. That's enough.
What about this?
What about it?
This is the way out, isn't it?
What are you? Give it to me.
After regaining control, he still has a bit of waiting to do, passing the time by keeping the doctor away for today, then dancing on Elizabeth's head. After Elizabeth rudely shuts the door on Booker, Prisoner will be able to follow. They're gonna run through the same hallway that he was on top of when out of bounds, and funny enough, at the end of it, he's gonna do another wall zip in the same spot as earlier. Songbird, this game's big daddy, is now smashing into the tower periodically, staggering you each time. However, if you jump just before the collision, you get slowed down less. This actually lets you outpace Elizabeth with just 3 jumps, when she's actually supposed to be way ahead of you. Reminder that his regular frame rate is around 180, but he adjusts it depending on the situation to force the game to behave certain ways. This applies to slip clips, wall zips, and elevators, but extends beyond those to more mundane things as well. BioShock Infinite runners have hotkeys bound in their frame rate limiting software to change what their frame rate is. Generally, the more FPS you have, the easier it is to get stuck on collision when running around. More FPS, more fucky game. For this upcoming clip,
There's also, I believe it's the first time you get thrown out the door. Is it here?
behave certain way.
If you, like, it's so weird. I don't know if it's a frame rate thing or just like a running thing. That door, if you like run out the wrong way, will actually force your speed to a much slower sprint speed. Which is kind of why you cap the frame rate there. So you just get fucking just thrown in the dirt if you don't. But for FPS uncapping, yeah, typically you have just uncapped. You have like completely uncapped, then you have like a 480-ish, a 360, and a 180. At least that's what I kind of have for runs. I don't know exactly what Prisoner has, but
elevators, but extends beyond those to more mundane things as well. BioShock Infinite runners have hotkeys bound in their frame rate limiting software to change what their frame rate is.
Options in the menu? I don't think so.
Stuck on collision when running.
It's also just way more convenient.
Yes, more fucky game.
So you're doing it constantly in this?
Pretty much every slip clip in the game, more frames makes the clipping faster and easier, with Prisoner having his frame rate in the 600s. He actually aims down sight for this to slightly lower his FOV and slightly improve his FPS to clip even faster, with him doing the same exact clips and zips as before, but with a giant robot bird now trying to destroy the building, and Elizabeth now following as an AI companion, which causes a very big performance hit. He jumps the opposite direction he headed last time he was up here, which loads him into an area with some stairs he heads up to find that Elizabeth somehow beat him up here. She must have magic powers or something, especially with how the door is visually glitchy here, popping open and closed. After gaining control on the other side of the door, Prisoner resets from checkpoint. Normally you move a lot slower while on this walkway since you're being buffeted by the wind, though resetting to checkpoint gives you your speed back, letting you just stride past Elizabeth as she endures her climb. So Elizabeth's been trapped in this tower her whole life, which is why she chose to flee with Booker since he had the key to leave. The escape, isn't going too well, with there being an auto-scroller / cutscene here where you watch the Monument Island tower get destroyed by—
So one could cutscene in the game.
Things getting wrecked in the process.
Get the bonk bonk song.
So Prisoner doesn't move his camera around at all here, just takes a moment to chill, so this cutscene is funnily uncinematic at times.
What?
This wraps up the Monument Island split.
Best cutscene in the game.
While this plays out, I've got some business to address. Back in my original BioShock video, I made a joke about upper body strength.
Oh god. Are we getting it? Pausing it for dramatic effect. Is this why I was being prodded to watch this video on stream? Are we getting the pull-up? The pull-up 4 years in the making?
I made a joke about upper body strength, and my friend BloodThunder had a—
That's me.
And a challenge.
Guys, that's me. He said I'm his friend. Dude, I'm fucking famous. Sheesh. You know, I'm gonna copyright claim this video now. Not authorized permission. Oh god, it's me.
Stand and watch a child struggle with their underdeveloped upper body strength. It still ends up being better than most people watching this video can do, though, I guess. We position—
Alright. Wait, hold on. I'm in the way of myself. Oh, it's me. Back in my old setup. Let's prove a point real quick. Whoa! Shoosh! Shoosh! Alright, you've been challenged, Mr. Tomato. Let's see you do it.
I ended up giving BT an IOU for one pull-up video since I was injured at the time, but to this day, I've
kept the response down here in as well.
my debt. Well, today, I settled the score.
Oh my god, there he is. Shoosh! Nice. A great transition as well with her being on the floor, or Booker being on the floor. Shoosh! You know what? We'll count it. That video might have been doctored a little bit, but, you know. Close enough. Close enough. Can scratch that IOU off. Possibly. I'll be honest, I'm glad you didn't issue that challenge during this, because I probably couldn't do one these days. The way I do pull-ups is so tough. Funny thing about it... Let's see if I can go back briefly. So, with my old setup, like, this shit was so scuffed, because I had my guitar rack, like, right in front of my squat rack. But I also just have, like, a bench here as well. So my legs are, like, fucking super spread, so like I can stand over top the bench. So it's just like completely in the way while I'm trying to do this, because typically I'd like move all of this stuff out of the way if I was going to do a workout. The joys of working out at home.
Well, today I...
Well, shoosh.
Mr. DeWitt!
It counts. And next time it's gonna be a muscle up instead. Also, I feel like 4 years, maybe there's some interest acquired on that IOU. You paid off the base, but what about the interest? Also, thank you, Klepto, for the 3 months of gifted tomato. Have alerts off for now, but thank you. Ah, it's bright.
No, it's me, Elizabeth. You all right?
Oh, she didn't glitch out in this video. It's unfortunate.
Back in the
Battleship
land of
Bay
the
is what Prisoner believes to be the hardest level in the run right now, opening with the first heavy reset point. After
Hard to split. I guess because of the fight skip at the end, yeah. It's like nobody does that besides Prisoner. If you don't count that skip, I think probably Hall of Heroes would be my top one.
raiding picnic baskets on the beach, the ever-ravenous Prisoner is gonna do a super jump. Prisoner's gonna hop up on top of the changing room, crouch with his head under the boardwalk, and spam jump. This causes you to basically bounce between the ceiling and floor.
Alright, hold on. This guy put all of his explanations on the right hand. You know, is the corner fine? I'll go in the corner. I'll go down here. I want to cover up all these great explanations.
And when you're playing with a high frame rate, the game keeps adding velocity to unstick you from the ceiling and floor. He'll time his exit from under the boardwalk to launch up and out of bounds, though the exact vector of the jump isn't exactly controllable. He builds momentum both vertically and horizontally, so it can get a bit chaotic at times, like getting launched really far the wrong direction and then having to run a ton. On a launch, he's aiming to land on the boardwalk directly above him. He ended up getting a huge super jump in a pretty ideal direction, probably because placing him not far from his destination, an out-of-bounds wall that's slightly sloped, our first proper elevator spot. Again, elevators are moving into a sloped wall while off the ground, causing you to do a bunch of tiny wall zips that raise you up. He platforms up some weird collision, and up ahead will jump into the void to load in an area. His positioning is pretty precise here though, placing him in the exact spot a wall will load in, which functions as a wall zip, raising him to the top of the wall, out of bounds in this next area of the level. He swerves right to deload an area up ahead so the ceiling isn't solid and he can drop back in bounds there. Dropping in there teleports Elizabeth into the trigger for required dialogue, where a woman mistakes Elizabeth for someone named Annabelle, and Elizabeth is like, yo, no, my name's Elizabeth. While they chat, Prisoner doubles back to go grab the Hill Runner's hack gear, whose effect is that you get a 50% speed boost for 5 seconds whenever your shield is broken. Again, this always spawns here because of the HRH mod allowed by the BioShock Infinite speedrun community. He
Bunch of cheaters.
the gear into the hall to deload the area where the woman's chatting, forcing the dialogue to finish. He can now turnstile towards progress, having saved a few seconds over waiting for the dialogue normally.
Park's closing, everyone. Yeah.
Coming up is a decision cutscene where Booker can get stabbed in the hand, because turns out that woman confusing Elizabeth with Annabelle was confirming their identities for an ambush. Prisoner's going to skip the cutscene and ensuing combat with Ticket Booth Jump, which is the hard
Sheesh. True.
goal is to pretty much climb up onto the edges above the room and jump to behind a gate that unlocks after the combat, though you're really close to the ceiling, so you're very limited in how high you can jump. He first has to climb up on top of a lamp, which requires him to pretty much elevator up the tiny slopes of it. After then hopping up onto ledges, he needs to jump to cut the corner to reach behind the locked door. This jump to cut the corner is super precise, the most precise trick in the game in fact. For some reason, the tight jump is most consistent with an FPS in the 200s, with Prisoner swapping to around 230 shortly after climbing the lamp.
Yes, sir. I'll take one, please.
Whoa. Shoosh.
After nailing it first try, he can now make his way towards the gondola ride that will carry him to the door to finish up both this area and Split. But he first...
What are your FPS keys? Like, what do I have them bound to? I used to have them bound to numpad buttons, like 0, 1, 2, 3. I actually switched a while ago to having a much smaller keyboard, so I'd have to bind stuff. F, P, and S, yes. Yeah, that's what they're all bound to. I've actually not run Infinite in a while. I'll admit, I got caught. It's been a while. Last time I wanted to run it, it crashed, so one day.
It's a quick detour to aggro an enemy.
Maybe in like 4 years. I'll pick it back up.
Me to have them race Elizabeth to the gondola. Who do you want to win? I'm Team Elizabeth.
Whoa.
In the story, now that Booker's rescued Elizabeth, they're making their way across Columbia to the First Lady airship, which they're planning to hitch a ride on to escape from Columbia and fly to Paris. Worth calling out is that, for the most part, whenever you skip a cutscene that requires a decision of you, the game will default to one of the decisions for you. For example, in the ticket booth cutscene at the start of the ambush, if you don't choose to pull out your gun, Booker gets stabbed in the hand. The game defaulted to this decision, so his hand will be wounded and get bandaged in this cutscene where Elizabeth grapples with the fact Booker just killed a bunch of dudes. But I'm not sure what she's on about. Booker's been on his best behavior since they met, leaping 30 feet in the air from under a boardwalk, scaling a vertical wall, even refusing to pay for a ticket because Booker insists that he is a sovereign citizen with the right to travel. Hasn't hurt a fly. Anyway, you're probably wondering why Elizabeth looks like Booker let a real nasty one rip the moment they closed the cabin door. That dude Prisoner had her race is actually still on the gondola behind the door to the cabin, so Elizabeth is still considered in combat, and she's stuck in her combat face in addition to her face animating for the cutscene. Taking the...
One thing he didn't have to mention because it's not in the route anymore, but kind of touched on is like the game making decisions for you. Before we started doing the super jump at the beginning of Battleship Bay, you would run up to the Lutesses and then do the choice skip there. And so she wouldn't actually ever make a choice because you didn't tell her to make one. So she just has both the boxes like on her wrist. So if you watch old runs that don't do the super jump, and you get to this cutscene, she'll just have the floating wrist boxes, which is really funny to see. And I'm like, as much as I like the new route, it is sad that's no longer part of it, but at least you have the combat state here. And it's also the raffle skip. Gets you past throwing the ball at the raffle or not, which is actually important how it defaults because of the Hill Runner's Hat mod. Because if you actually play through that segment of the game and you choose to not throw the ball and not be racist, then it'll spawn in a different spot in the Hill Runner's Hat mod. It used to break. I think it's been fixed for that, but that was also a thing. If you did like a glitchless version with the mod on, you had to make sure to throw the ball, otherwise it wouldn't work properly. But for the most part, it defaults to a certain way.
Detour to combat face in addition to her face animating for the cutscene. Taking the detour to initiate that race doesn't lose as much time as it could have, because when the gondola door opens here, the dude will break Prisoner's shield to give him his first instance of the Hill Runner's Hat boost, which again is a 50% boost that lasts 5 seconds. And now, eat banana here. So at the start of Soldier's Field, bear down, there's a pretty cool skip Prisoner really likes. There's a gate that'll close when you either look at it...
He really likes.
And you then have to make Booker...
I hate this skip. Least favorite skip.
He drinks his little soda pop that always spawns in this side hallway for the sugar rush boost and dashes for the gate, looking down to avoid the look trigger and crouching under the gate as it closes from him hitting the volume trigger.
Oh, he doesn't do it at 30 FPS anymore.
Behind the gate, though Booker doesn't seem to
Damn.
notice. He'll keep
Fancy.
yapping as normal. Prisoner veers right after the gate here, checking the trash for any goodies and choking down a dog just sitting there at the carnival stand begging to get eaten. He then does a slip clip up here into a building to get out of bounds.
Okay, so we're seeing this. Yeah, for anyone that hasn't seen the run in a while, this was like one of the newer things found of not having to go over by the merry-go-round and then do the wall climb up top. You can just do a slip clip through this wall, which is pretty cool. Not the biggest time save in the world, but it is nice. I will have to learn it eventually.
Slip clip through an invisible wall onto some collision. From there, he can jump back in bounds to a different loading zone, taking a fall in the process, which breaks his shield for a Hill Runner's hat boost. He also grabs the shotgun right after the area loads in. This all saved about 2 minutes and skipped a cutscene where Elizabeth shows off her ability to create tears. So in the speedrun, the most magical thing Elizabeth has done is still just teleporting ahead of us once. He starts an arena here by Devil's Kiss trapping a group of enemies, which before using the DLC upgraded shotgun and laying a trap for a guy who will jump down. He runs into the Ablaze Oil to break his shield for another HRH boost, collaterals 4 dudes in 1 shot, reloads for a straggler, and looks up to spawn in a crow enemy that he'll take care of with 1 trap and a shotgun.
I hate this crow.
Shoots him during this and breaks his shield, but the turret actually doesn't count as a combatant in this contest, and the conflict is considered correctly completed when the crow character croaked. He pulled a lever to clear boxes on the skyline with Elizabeth reappearing after, and he now loots the Murder of Crow's Vigor the crow guy dropped, which he picks up animation free, along with some money and health from the crow guy's box. The cargo boxes take a while to move, so he uses this time to loot. He's specifically looking for RPG ammo, since the game drops ammo for weapons a little before you get them for the first time. Since Prisoner has full health right now, having at least 4 RPG ammo is important for an upcoming piece of tech called Death Warping. More on that.
Whoa.
Overall, Prisoner found 2 RPG ammo. 2 RPG ammo. He swaps the machine gun for the RPG and uses it to break his shield for a boost and try to lower his health as much as possible. Lowering his health is important for the imminent Death Warping tech. So this game, like the original BioShock, has an iframe system where when your health is lowered to 1, you're invulnerable for a few seconds. It also has something Prisoner referred to as damage.
By the Browning? I mean, that's that's not a coincidence. The name of that song comes from BioShock Death Warps. Yeah. Ammos? I mean, it's rocket powered grenades, so you know you're shooting rocket powered grenades. You're shooting RPGs. I don't think there is an ammo. Right? Technically speaking, oh, Hall of Heroes, we love it. Best worst split in the game. Yeah. You'll also, it's not in this because Prisoner's a beast and knows how to do this.
Break his shield for a boost and try to lower his.
Right over here, there's an ammo station, which if you get unlucky and not finding ammo, you can stop, which is what I always do in runs and pick up ammo for free.
His health as much as possible. Lowering his health is important for the imminent Death Warping tech. So this game, like the original BioShock, has an iframe system where when your health is lowered to 1, you're invulnerable for a few seconds. It also has something Prisoner referred to as damage protection, which in short makes it really hard to die. Whenever your shield breaks, ensuing attacks deal way less damage, and on top of that, sometimes you have a few seconds of iframes to deal with. It seems a bit counterintuitive, but by delaying instances of damage from one another, like for example delaying between repeated RPG shots, you actually take a lot more damage than if you spammed shots. Alternatively, you can reset from checkpoint to remove the damage protection, which is what Prisoner does here to remove the protection lingering from outside, since he wants to lower his health as quick.
Proto, weren't you the one that started telling people they could reload checkpoint for that? I think I remember you were the one that brought that up. Or you at least reminded people at some point you could do that. To distract people we're not doing for a very, very long time.
Quickly as possible. He'll then boost again, which will also lower him to 1 HP and give him
Shoosh.
The iframes to wear off from getting down to 1 HP, jumps at the locked door while the boost is still active, and kills himself on it, flinging his body through the door to hit a trigger that unlocks the door. This is called a death warp, which has the added benefit that whenever you die and respawn, your ammo resets alongside your health. As mentioned in the intro, he's playing on easy, meaning he gets more ammo back when he dies, so he spawns with 5 RPG ammo. He reset from checkpoint to again remove damage protection so he gets to 1 HP quickly, and after the iframes wear off, he jumps and flings his shambling corpse through a door to hit a respawn trigger for another death warp, but not too far to hit a lengthy dialogue trigger. Unfortunately, he has to double back before heading towards progress because Elizabeth won't unlock the next door for him otherwise. Death warping doesn't work with every door because for some there aren't any sort of triggers for him to hit on the other side. So we're at the Hall of Heroes to get the shock jockey vigor so we can summon the next gondola. If Booker could fly like Jack from the original BioShock, then you could skip all of this and most of Soldier's Field bear down, but he can't fly. So there's one more death warp here that he's
Not technically. There is a known theory on skipping Soldier's Field with like a high enough FPS that you tilt the world essentially and you fall down to where you need to go and skip the gondola, but it's like never actually gonna happen, but it would be really funny. If there's one skip I want to ever see make its way in to BioShock Infinite runs, it's that. The barge tilting. It's crazy. If I was prepared, I would have found a clip of it for showing, but yeah.
setting up for. First, he opens this door to hit the respawn trigger for after the death warp, then death warps this gated door to hit a trigger and unlock it. After respawning past the door he opened a moment ago, he backtracks through the door he just death warp unlocked.
What just happened?
Down this hall, he'll hit a trigger that spawns this area's boss.
Nice use of leaving the dialogue in.
Then turn around to head back to the area he was just in to talk to Slate. This series of death warps skipped pretty much all of the Hall of Heroes segment, including the different battle reenactments and encounters with Slate, and overall saved about 8 minutes or so. In the lore of the speedrun, Booker and Elizabeth happen upon this super melodramatic
Oh, is it not an FPS thing?
about the Wizard of Oz, with Prisoner choosing to spare him because it's 11 seconds faster than killing him. After this cutscene, Prisoner grabs the shock jockey vigor, which is required to progress to the next area. This serves as a good example of one of those animations we typically skip by picking up the vigors in locations beyond their initial spawn.
So crunchy.
All the doors leading to the exit.
I always thought it was, but never really looked into it that much.
Field bear down. He'll boost the whole way with HRH and loot containers and enemies for more ammo and food for the Sugar Rush boost. Like I mentioned earlier, HRH boost stacks with Sugar Rush, so when he has both of them, he runs very fast. It's when the boosts are
Found it. Let me not leak anything here real quick. Wee. Yeah, crazy.
stacked that the difference between walking and sprinting gets pretty sizable, so you'll see him walk almost all the time when he's stacking boosts. Outside, he has a little downtime where he has to wait for the skyline to become interactable, so he takes this time to clean up some enemies and loot their bodies for ammo and coin. In all, he nets 3 RPG ammo here, plus 2 extra RPG ammo that spawn next to the initial RPG pickup, which he left for now in case he didn't have any ammo. To leave, he's going to go and stand on the very corner of a railing to be able to leap way ahead on the skyline the moment it's interactable. You have to stand on the very corner of the ledge though to see the interact prompt while standing still. If you're a little back from the ledge, you have to be moving to see it. After making my stomach drop a couple times, he leaps back on solid ground where he kills, consumes, and careens towards the bucking Bronco Vigor, which lifts enemies off the ground. After intentionally going slow here, he'll reset from checkpoint. This makes an invisible wall blocking you disappear early, so he can immediately run out of the elevator after pressing the button and save a few seconds. out of the elevator after this makes after
First available bucking bronco, but picking up after Hall of Heroes doesn't give the animation. True. There's also a spawn in Hall of Heroes that you can get, but you have to wait for a fight to start before the first death warp.
intentionally going slow here, he'll reset from checkpoint. This makes an invisible wall blocking you disappear early, so he can immediately run out of the elevator after pressing the button and save a few seconds. Now that he has Shock Jockey from the Hall of Heroes, he can fix and pull the lever that summons another damn gondola, and while it's coming down, he has to fight some enemies. He'll first prepare by laying down some Devil's Kiss traps where some enemies will hop off the skyline, and use some more of the downtime looting a house that has a bit of a reputation for hosting swingers.
Oh, I forgot about this this clip of all the pineapples.
Hoarding pineapples in this house. What the fuck?
I haven't seen this clip in so long. Jesus Christ.
Pineapples before. There's pineapples in everything. What the fuck was that?
What did that teach you?
It's a goated clip.
Prisoner's gonna do some skeet shooting by shotgunning some rockets coming from the first enemy gunship as it flies in. He'll then leap aboard once the gunship's in range to clear out the enemies with a technique banned from the Olympics, pressing reload after every shotgun blast to shoot faster. He likes to hang on the hooks when possible when using the shotgun because he likes the gun spin animation, as long as he doesn't sit too long. The second gunship flies right overhead, with Prisoner stunning both enemies on it so they don't fall off to their death, which is something they love to do. The plan is to kill these guys later and loot their bodies for food, hopefully. He'll pair that with an HRH boost to launch himself from the gunship to the gondola, and skip the final waiting of its arrival.
Whoa, this guy's spoiling what's coming up.
That he has to take
what the hell?
Though before he can leap to the gondola. They're super easy to take care of, with Prisoner just standing in one spot here and waiting for the 5 of them to spawn and zip to their doom. While Prisoner waits here for them to all spawn, I'd just like to say to everyone watching that I hope you're all doing well. If you're not, then please remember, as always, that no feeling is final and that there is a tomorrow. Whatever's going on, what's keeping you up at night, what's steering your mind places it shouldn't be, those things cannot take away the fact that the sun will rise tomorrow and you will be here for it. Those feelings and thoughts, they do not define you. They're a matter of where you are right now, rather than who you are. And even if it's long and hard and you don't feel like you're getting anywhere, you are. You just don't realize it yet. Someday you'll look back and understand just how far you've come. And when you do, make sure you give yourself credit for the hard work, rather than the media you consume. Music, movies...
Yeah, you also have to look at yourself from 4 years ago and be like, wow, that's what I used to be like in a tomato video. You will literally have to look back at yourself and be like, damn, I've come so far.
Videos, whatever. They didn't live a day in your life. You're the one who got yourself through it all. So again, please remember, no feeling is final. Back to the run, he's about to leap back up to the gunship as the final on-land enemy dies to a trap, and he takes care of the dudes who have been enjoying the luxuries of their couples cruise. After killing them and at a specific rock in the gunship's rocking animation, Prisoner eats any food on the bodies, breaks his shield, and full sends it to land on the gondola, landing and asking Elizabeth to lockpick the door fast enough to skip fighting a motorized Patriot. This is called Patriot Skip, which was found this January and saves about 20 seconds on top of the time saved from skipping waiting for the gondola. He has a little time.
It's found in January? I guess the skipping of the actual Patriot, not just getting onto the ship early, right? Fake runner. Well, like, you've been able to get on the ship that way for a very long time, but I guess the skipping of the Patriot was the newer part. Which I guess... It feels like it's been a long time since then.
To kill, which he'll spend by shooting the
January?
His damage protection and shooting once more to get down to 1 HP, ready for another death warp. This time, instead of dying to send his body through a door, he just has to die after hitting a respawn trigger at a specific point in the gondola ride, which respawns him on the platform at the top of the ride and saves about 25 seconds of gondolaing. He shoves himself into the front of the cabin to normalize his position and will kill himself once this section of cable crosses the bottom of the window. After Elizabeth injects Booker with Lord knows what substance she gets from who knows where, Prisoner immediately makes Liz shake her head by standing up too fast and shooting an explosive at his feet to boost to an elevator. This elevator brings us up to the First Lady airship, which is Booker and Elizabeth's intended means.
Buckle in for a long cutscene.
Plan is for them to escape to Paris. She's unaware, however, of Booker's debt that he needs to wipe away. Prisoner shoots right under his feet to lower his health as much as possible heading into the cutscene in the ship, since he has another death warp in the next level. Pretty much any time he's shooting right under his feet, it's to prepare for a death warp. If he's just trying to break his shield for the HRH boost, his shots will be a bit more in front of him. So here we have a couple cutscenes back to back. The first, Elizabeth learning of Booker's
A couple of things for all the gifted subs and Dirty Koala, thank you.
shot and lit on fire multiple times with the single thwack of a monkey wrench.
Time to study things like geography.
I owed money, and there's a fellow who he offered to wipe away my debt in exchange for you. Come on, everything's.
We got Bioshock 1 reference.
Turn around and talk to me, and we can.
This leads to a loading screen for the next split, which starts with the second of the two cutscenes, which, gonna be real, I do have a few genuine questions about this cutscene. First is that Elizabeth sees a ship of the Vox Populi fly in, with the Vox Populi being the revolutionary opposition to Comstock, fighting for the oppressed. Naturally, Elizabeth is fearful of the group that opposes her entire upbringing and flees, though right now, where is she physically fleeing to? Like, is she docking the airship and running off of it? I feel like that's the reasonable assumption to make, but does that mean she docks this ship and flees all within eyesight of the Vox Populi who board our ship shortly after? Or did she dock it and sneak off without them noticing before they landed and boarded us? Does that mean she docked in an area with sufficient cover, or did they spot her and there was a foot chase? But there's zero indication of any Vox encounter with Elizabeth in the ensuing dialogue. I don't know, just a few too many assumptions required for my liking. Okay, next question. So to wake up Booker, one of the Vox holds Booker out the open door of the
Also, this guy right here is my favorite. Look, he's not even going for the rock. He's like literally going for this guy's foot. I think the assumption's the second one of she docks and then sneaks off without them seeing her leave. I think she goes and hides in the next part. But yeah, so you watch this guy right here.
So to wake up Booker, one of the Vox holds Booker out the open door fresh air, with Booker coming to as they pass over a labor camp that's solely imprisoning people of color, with a handyman enemy standing watch. So did this handyman not see the dude with Vox Populi face paint holding Booker out of the First Lady airship? Would it not be cause enough for him to, I don't know, just jump up into the ship, especially since handymen are very capable of jumping great distances? But more so to all of this, why the fuck is Daisy and the Vox Populi flying this incredibly high-profile airship directly over a labor camp? Would they not want to, I don't know, have even the slightest bit of discretion? Anyway, this cutscene establishes Daisy and the Vox Populi as forces fighting for the rights of the oppressed against Comstock and his enforced racial hierarchy. They've commandeered the First Lady airship to now serve as their med bay, but Daisy tells Booker that she'll give him back the airship if he can go and get a bunch of guns for them from a gunsmith down in Finkton. Getting down to Finkton is pretty easy, with Daisy giving Booker the push he needs to get there instantly.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with the game. Is if you think about any parts of the story for more than like a minute, things really just start to fall apart. Especially when it comes to the ending and everything involving Elizabeth, just in general. That is the case for this game. Is it, on the surface, is cool. You're like, whoa, that was an interesting thing that happened. And then you're like, wait, what? It's also a product of like the game being reworked several times, especially late into development. You know, I think Bioshock Infinite's definitely one of those games where you can point to like all of the early game trailers. Literally even, hold on, my favorite example of this. Is the launch trailer for the game. Yeah, this one. So this is the launch trailer for the game from GameSpot.
rated M for mature.
Oh, it's gonna get fucking copyright striked for sure. Like, in what world would this ever happen? Also, look at Booker. Completely different looking. But yeah, this wasn't even early development trailers. This was literally the launch trailer, right? It's even talking about winning awards and stuff. And they're hanging Elizabeth in the park. like, it's crazy. This was a completely different game so many times in development. Like, it's just, yeah. Even if you go back and watch the old gameplay videos, it's just like who is this guy? That's not Booker DeWitt. Who is that? Yeah, like, and you can also see where there's like reuse stuff from the old gameplay of like Songbird attacking you and stuff. You're like, oh, that's part of going in the Comstock house now and stuff like that. It's a fun deep dive. I hope one day the playable demo leaks online somewhere. I would love to play through that just for the sake of it. But yeah, that's also just, there's a lot of questions that don't have good answers in this game.
Get our guns from him.
The DLC does not help that either.
When he gains control, Prisoner boosts with his third remaining rocket and starts making his way through Finkton. He's going to do a pretty cool jump at the top of the stairs here where he skips along the top of a tank to reach the walkway over here where he instantly kills himself with his last rocket.
Shoosh!
Him a little forward on the path, though the main motivator for this death is to replenish his ammo. Reminder, when you die, your
and health
sets to a set value unless you had more than that. But when playing on easy, like he is and I brought up in the intro, that set ammo value is pretty high, so he now has 4 RPG ammo. Here he's supposed to open a big gate on the left and see Elizabeth getting kicked off a ship as a stowaway, but instead he elevators up this pole, boosts, and jumps around the corner to skip the gate, saving about 8 seconds. He's now chasing Elizabeth despite her not being spawned in, with Booker making the assumption that she's throwing tears into other dimensions at him because he saw her teleport twice, and that means she must be magic. The Fleet Feet gear is super useful with tears, with him walking sideways to mitigate the big slowdown of walking through the balloons.
Not the balloons.
He's gonna die to refresh ammo as he waits for the next tear to close, but because Elizabeth isn't near to pick up Booker and he's far away from a respawn point, he instead revives on the spot. After the train tear, he'll loop around a corner on the right, eat some food a worker stored in their desk for later, and double boost walk outside to the next combat arena where Elizabeth spawns in and we've got to rescue her. He leaps to the skyline from behind a box to skip the running leap animation and focuses these 3 enemies to start, which spawns a gunship faster and gets an enemy to jump down to be killed rather than still riding the skyline. For the gunship, he'll shock the turret to stun it, so when he throws a Devil's Kiss trap at it, the turret doesn't shoot it out of the air. The guy he's about to kill on the gunship always spawns with the volley gun, which is the best weapon in the run. It has a huge clip, does a lot of damage, basically one-shotting all basic enemies on this difficulty, and can be used to break your own shield. Rather than follow Elizabeth around on the...
It's also the only fight where the turret counts as an enemy that you have to kill. For whatever reason, that turret on the ship counts as an enemy where it doesn't any other time in the game, which is just like, I don't know why that's the case, but yeah, you technically have to destroy that turret to progress.
Skyline, Prisoner heads straight to the finish line of this section, a volume trigger that starts a cutscene where a handyman shows up and gives Booker his 3rd or 4th concussion of the run. After some help from Elizabeth, she and Booker will then be working together again, with Booker serving as a means to an end for Elizabeth.
Whee! Completely shred his hands up.
Hey, I'm slipping.
Do not attempt to follow me, Mr. DeWitt.
Elizabeth, I've made an arrangement to get our airship back.
You can get us out of here.
Yes, I just need to supply enough weapons to arm an entire uprising.
And where will we get these weapons? From one of our many friends and allies?
A gunsmith in Finkton should be a walk in the park. What do you say?
At the end of this cutscene, Prisoner will partially regain control before the game unfreezes the camera, so he can look down and shoot himself while it visually appears as though he's doing nothing. That's the damage he takes when his reticle is on screen, but his gun isn't. He didn't take enough damage with the shot to break his shield, so he shoots a couple more times en route to the armory vending machine to purchase a 25% damage boost upgrade for the volley gun, then refilling his salt and ammo at a different vending machine. Upgrades like this are why he's trying to pick up money throughout the run in addition to snacking at every opportunity. There's a couple enemies dicking around on the left up ahead waiting for a combat arena to start, so Prisoner preemptively blows them up, asks Elizabeth to lockpick the door to the actual arena, and throws down a couple traps to spawn camp some enemies that spawn back here. He starts the combat with a fire trap to the right, RPG to the left, and shocking the Patriot for bonus damage when he unloads with the volley gun. He cleans up the stragglers en route to an elevator he calls that he now has to wait a bit for, so he sets up his next death warp while looting some cash for future purchases. The elevator actually won't arrive until the end of the upcoming dialogue with Elizabeth, but by dying the moment Elizabeth starts talking, the dialogue gets skipped and the elevator warps to the bottom. Dying respawns him at the respawn point upstairs, and he'll run back down to the elevator, lowering his HP again on the way. He's going to kill himself again as he enters the elevator.
This is the worst death warp to set up for. The health here is just fucking, it's random every time. I mean, it's not really. This is the worst part of like doing any death warp. Like you will just not get the iframes you're supposed to half the time, or you get them and then it's like it's not quite 1 HP and then you try to get there and then you die afterwards anyways. It's just, we were reacting, oh my god. We're getting a little preview of the SGDQ run. Checking it out.
And does one of those dead body ragdoll clips again on the elevator's back wall. Dying in the elevator bypasses the respawn point upstairs and has you spawn where you died, but his body is out of bounds, so he spawns midair out of bounds and holds W until he sees his cursor to know he landed on some collision.
Whoa, how do you know he's holding a W, huh? What if he uses a different keybind, huh? I have no idea if Prisoner uses WSD or not. I'm sad we don't have the old strat of sliding across the stupid gap dropping down in factory. That would have been a good thing to explain. I need bonus footage on the Patreon of old strats being explained, the stuff that's no longer in the runs anymore.
He then does a huge drop down to some more out of bounds collision where he'll run and jump back inbounds at the entrance to the next area, the factory.
The factory.
He'll kill the turrets here as soon as they break his shield so that his shield can then regen for another boost. He grabs more volley gun ammo and plans to death warp through the gate up ahead, but his RPG isn't reloaded and he doesn't want to take the time to do that, so he sprints to slow down right before the gate for enemies to lower his shield for him to be able to die with just one volley gun shot. He'll then boost past some enemies, grab some dinero, and run to an elevator for a pretty long dialogue, with the game taking away your weapons during the dialogue and him reloading them all afterwards. So that skip he did to get here to the factory, that skipped a lot. In the story, you typically go to the guns.
Biggest skip in the game?
Only to learn he's been arrested and is being held at a local club. Only when you get there and fight your way to Chen Lin, he's already dead, beaten to death over his support for the Vox Populi. Elizabeth is able to open a tear to another reality though where Chen Lin isn't visible, which to Booker and Elizabeth can only mean one thing: Chen Lin's alive. No way he could still be dead but like 10 feet to the left. After Elizabeth says that they likely can't come back to this reality, they hop to that new reality where Chen Lin is alive so that they can get him to make the guns for the Vox Populi. Things ended up being pretty different in that new world, with Chen Lin indeed being alive, but his wife, who was originally Buddhist and of Chinese descent, now being white and has a shrine to Comstock. But all Chen Lin's tools got confiscated in this timeline, so we go track them down, only to find they're too big to move. So Elizabeth opens a tear to another new reality, this one where the tools aren't in that room, which can only mean one thing. The tools are back at Chen Lin's. That jump brings us to the reality we're in now, and oh no, it turns out Chen Lin and his wife were gunned down by the authorities in this reality because he already supplied the Vox with weapons. In this new reality, Booker actually died already and became a martyr for the Vox Populi, who are openly engaging in warfare with Colombia. So yeah, we skip all of that. You're all caught up, and in skipping that, about 20 minutes is saved. In the story of the speedrun, Booker and Elizabeth never left their reality, meaning that Daisy must have decided to do a speedrun herself in acquiring weapons with some skip she found on her own. Anyway, when he finally gets his guns back in just a few moments, again, he'll reload them right away.
You just complicate the narrative.
After he blows up the enemies outside the elevator, he'll reset from checkpoint to exit the lingering combat.
I think game explains it.
Ask Elizabeth to lockpick the door to the next arena immediately instead of having to wait a few seconds, with him looting one of the biggest money spots in the run during her lockpicking. This upcoming arena is why he reloaded all his guns during the elevator ride. Dude wants to be ready. He does this combat at 360 FPS because on higher FPSs, enemies do things faster, which can cause them to fall off the map and make the fight go faster, though this varies fight to fight. Some are better at lower frame rates. After placing traps for enemies who will hop off the skyline here, he rides the skyline as far as possible in the direction of a gunship spawn. He hops on the gunship as soon as he's able, nuking the riders with vigors to lower his salt enough to cue Elizabeth to find and throw him more salts, but she won't throw until she has a moment to take cover. By keeping on the move, Elizabeth doesn't get the chance to take cover, but stays cued to throw the salts. It's only after Prisoner does a dismount kill on this guy, places another trap, and pops some salts he finds on the ground that he stayed relatively still long enough for Elizabeth to enter cover and be ready to throw. Prisoner holds off on catching the salts, first clearing out any stray Vox and laying down a fire trap, waiting for a handyman to show up. He'll hit the handyman with crows just before the trap triggers, causing the trap to do bonus damage, and he'll finally catch the salts from Elizabeth the moment he starts a reload, which overlaps the animation so you don't have to sit through both separately. He does the same combo on the handyman again, crows and fire, then makes his way over.
That strat was like really used a lot when we still kind of just camped the minigun, because the minigun has such a long reload animation. I mean, the volley gun does too, but it's like you really want to make sure you get the reload when you're catching whatever you're catching from her. Back then it wasn't like thought of to hard go for the salts, but you'll typically get some sort of thing thrown your way that way. But yeah, now you just don't need the minigun for anything really, unless you just want to not be super speedy.
Over to the start of a dialogue he has to wait through before boosting Elizabeth up.
Yeah, I mean, there's like there's the big obvious skips of doing like out of bounds, but there's a lot of small tech that goes into these runs just to optimize it. I mean, the game's been out since 2013, so it's like, you know, you don't really think about a 2-second time save when reloading a weapon, but it is cool to get mentioned. It's like 5 years ago? Oh yeah, for sure.
Event. So at the start of this area, this universe's Daisy Fitzroy executed Fink, the second most powerful man in Colombia, the guy who kidnapped and killed Chen Lin, the guy who wants you to be racist during the raffle that we skipped with Raffle Skip. She wiped his blood on her face with some ominous strings playing, then ordered us killed too, since our Booker being alive taints this universe's Booker's martyrdom. Daisy is now about to do a Gavroche to Fink's child, claiming the only way for freedom to ensue in Colombia is to, quote, pull the weed up from the root. You have to distract Daisy while she's doing this to progress, with Prisoner having used this dialogue time to check the other side of the arena for ammo. Prisoner will then watch the end of this scripted event, stopping in his tracks when instead Elizabeth does a Gavroche to Daisy. Did work there? I don't know. Elizabeth then stands over the body of the woman she stopped from killing the child of a racist, looks at the blood on her hands and says,
I guess it runs in the family.
Pretty ironic. After attempting to comfort Elizabeth, her rude ass will again shut the door on Booker, with Prisoner shooting at his feet to break his shield for the boost. After interacting with the door inside the airship to call for Elizabeth, he'll be forced into walking as he needs to interact with the First Lady airship controls to start a cutscene, so he jumps to move slightly faster and moves backwards for the Fleet Feet move speed. He also does the interact while facing back, which breaks his animation at the start of the cutscene, letting Prisoner look back and see a floating ponytail off to the right. After Booker unowls himself, Elizabeth will emerge with her totemic haircut and outfit change, picking up the floating ponytail she finds and dropping it for dramatic effect.
Shoosh.
Elizabeth.
The duo are now attempting to make their way to 78 North, 364 East, the famous 364th degree of the spheroid known as Earth. Their escape from Columbia is interrupted by Songbird, though, showing back up to crash the First Lady airship to the ground. While this unfolds, I want to give a huge shout out to everyone who made this video possible.
Look at all those people.
Every other speedrun I cover is chosen by them, which is something you can participate in as well by supporting at patreon.com/tomatoanus for as little as $3 a month. That also gets your name in these credits, access to videos early.
Shout out to all these people. This console's always fucking annoyed me in the game because it's not straight. I mean, you can just see it here. It's like tilted 20 degrees into the wall for no specific reason at all. It's just this side's so much closer to the wall than this side is. Like, even when you're pulling the switches, like you're looking like 20 degrees to the left. It's so weird for no particular reason.
And updates on videos while they're in production. Supporting at the middle tier of $6 a month gets you access to all of that, plus a monthly Q&A live stream and my monthly Speedrun Explained retrospective series as they release, where I trying to learn about what I could be doing to make better videos today. There's also the $9 tier, which gives you access to a series where after each video release, I walk you through my editing timeline to show you how I made the video. Supporting at all is entirely unnecessary though. Seriously, no pressure, but that fact is what makes those of you
sounds like pressure.
And again, thank you. So after gaining control and exiting the airship, Prisoner will do a skip that's been around for a bit, though no one's ever really done in runs because of difficulty versus time save. But with a new wall zip discovery, piano skip is now faster and more reliable. He's able to jump back up on the airship stairs due to his high frame rate like earlier with raffle skip, then does 2 tricky jumps onto invisible collision in the wing. The wing has a bump on it he gets on top of while slip clipping, moving him off the ground and able to wall zip to the top of the wall. He can then carefully walk atop the invisible wall and out of bounds to skip the convo at the piano with the duo from the rowboat at the start of the game. He'll hit a respawn trigger on the bridge ahead, then platform on railings and ledges to avoid updating his last solid ground position, which is the last place he touched the ground and where the game teleports him to when he falls off the map. Railings don't count as solid ground, and when you fall into the void too far from your last solid ground position, the game just kills you, which gives you your weapons back and is exactly why he's doing this. That way he can boost again. He'll cut the corner on this bridge here to skip a combat trigger, so enemies don't spawn and he can snack from the trash judgment free and double boost to the door up here, which he asks Elizabeth to lockpick. She won't finish picking until after the long dialogue ends, but by walking far enough away, she opens the door immediately to start following you instead. There's another section where you have to wait for a gondola after this building, so Prisoner books it to hit the trigger to call the gondola just outside the exit. While the gondola salaciously saunters its way down the cables, he loots a bunch of stuff for more money, even though he really does have enough by now, but force of habit. So there's some enemies riding on that stupid sexy gondola that you're supposed to fight before riding on up. Prisoner will do a pretty neat skip though, where he sets his last solid ground point to on this boarding platform, then jumps on the railing and moves to a lineup where he jumps off at a certain time. The enemies then teleport from the gondola to the ground, but they're off on the left side of the gondola while he teleports to the right side so he can then open the door. He'll fire a volley gun shot the instant Elizabeth physically opens the door, which aggroes the enemies, but Prisoner is able to run and start the gondola ride before the enemies do anything. Aggroing the enemies there causes a pretty interesting glitch. First is that Elizabeth doesn't have collision for a large portion of the ride, and Prisoner can stand inside her to make sure she's been flossing her teeth, which, reminder, you should be flossing at least once a day. Don't let 3-day-old chicken rot between your teeth. Second, Soft locked shut if you start combat to interrupt Elizabeth after the lock falls off.
So, not giant balloons?
With this door specifically, there's a soft lock protection though, where if Elizabeth is interrupted at all, she'll open the door again after a certain amount of time. Prisoner aggroing the enemies caused an interruption in the game's eyes, so despite the door having opened, Elizabeth lockpicks it again behind the scenes and the door opens again mid-ride. This allows Prisoner to leave the cabin and position himself on the gondola's roof to
Shoosh.
Also during this gondola ride, Elizabeth identifies the woman in the rowboat duo as Rosalind Lutece, the quantum physicist who invented the quantum tech that keeps Columbia floating, though Elizabeth mentions the duo of Rosalind and Robert disappeared several years ago. So Prisoner doesn't get his weapons back immediately since you get them when the gondola door is supposed to open, demonstrating just
So twins, you see them at the beginning of the game.
he was originally supposed to leave the gondola. Here he buys a couple vigors that he passed, Undertow and Charge, along with an upgrade for Undertow. Charge lets you ram enemies at high speeds, and the upgraded Undertow lets you pull up to 3 enemies at once. Prisoner zooms through this area, grabbing an enemy with Undertow for something called a charge clip. By putting the enemy against the gate he needs to clip through, then
Oh yeah, this is also a new trick.
so they're floating, he can
Found a couple months ago.
with his back against the wall, crouch, and use charge to clip through.
Sounds really cool.
A random person joined the BioShock Speedrun Discord server with a now non-existent clip of them clipping through the wall using charge under some specific.
Look at that emote. Oh, look at that emote. Shoosh. Yeah, we can talk about Call of the Elder Gods after this is done.
Circumstances, with Prisoner replicating it and not much being made of it. In working on this video, Prisoner got some new ideas and worked with another runner named Reeve to reverse engineer
Sheesh, oh my god, it's Reeve.
Prisoner's memories of the original clip, thus charge clipping was born. So in the story, Elizabeth and Booker are looking for a combination to a lock to progress, finding a code that feels eerily familiar.
Yeah, unfortunately for like the clipping, you don't get the stuff you need until like this late into the game, and by this point it's not overly useful in terms of what you can do. Like the only other spot you could really make use of it is potentially Comstock House, but the triggers just don't work out the way you need them to, which is unfortunate. Like if you could do a new game plus kind of run, which would kind of be boring anyways, like there could be some more uses for the clipping using Undertow and stuff, but yeah, it just unfortunately happens too late into the run to make really good use of it.
Here, they've realized they physically cannot escape Columbia while Songbird is still around, so they're making their way to Comstock's.
For console, yeah, I could see that. Just not having high FPS for clips and stuff. I mean, Comstock gate skip, you can still do the old method, so you wouldn't need it for that. So you just do like the jumps around and then jump through. Could you use it for like deck skip somehow? Maybe.
HQ, Comstock House, to find a way to control the bird. But first, the bird provides the two with an Alien moment, like from that movie, Alien, and that game, Alien Isolation.
Whoa.
While they hold their breath so Songbird don't hear them, and while we're kinda on the topic of discoveries in this game, Prisoner wanted to make sure we included a big shout out to Jarko. This game and run wouldn't be anywhere near as
True.
without all his contributions. Just scrolling through his YouTube channel,
Super jumps.
stats for this game and others posted spanning the last decade. Truly incredible stuff. Shout out Jarko. After Booker and Elizabeth stop holding their breath, we have another short.
Number one super fan, super jump enjoyer, Jarko. There's a way to fit a super jump into the run, Jarko will do it. The Jarko jumps. For better or for worse, some might say.
Cutscene where Elizabeth makes Booker promise that should she fall into Comstock's hands, Booker needs to kill Elizabeth before Comstock can use her as a weapon. Why does killing someone to prevent them from becoming evil sound familiar? Where'd you get that idea, Elizabeth?
I will stop him.
That is.
I'm gonna mention how big his hands are here.
Promise me that if it comes to it,
Like, look at this. Look how big his hand is. It's ridiculous. It's crazy. My hands. Super jump straight on the next section. Yes, I think.
You will not.
Her entire hand fits around his thumb. Also, that's a great face. Like, dude has a hot dog for a thumb. Shush.
Will not let him take me back.
It won't come to that.
After this brief cutscene, we'll then get to see Prisoner whip out his third arm to interact with the elevator while he takes out his other hands. No, not that third arm. Get your mind out of the gutter. He has a bit of an elevator ride down here with the Vox blowing it up at the end, but Prisoner is omniscient and knows what's coming, so he beats them to the punch by intentionally dying. This respawns him on the ground outside the elevator, refilling his health and ammo, and allows him to grab some resources down there. He still has to wait for the Vox to blow up the elevator though before he can hop on the skyline. On the balcony ahead, he'll do another charge clip where, again, he grabs an enemy, pins them against the wall, broncos them so they float, crouches under with his back to the wall, and charges to clip out. He hits a loading zone and drops into the next area, skipping a pretty long fight and saving about 1.5 minutes to 2 minutes. He then buys the final upgrades of the run, one each for the volley gun's clip size and damage. This second damage upgrade is pretty impactful.
I always love running through this part.
One shot with
you go so fast.
Much health in doing so. He's pretty much running straight to the end of the level now, jumping at the end of his boost to carry that momentum a little farther, and checking each corpse's pockets for something to nosh on. The end of the level is locked behind a gate in the entry of Comstock House, so he's going to do a gate skip to make downtown Emporia the cleanest example of running straight from the start to end of a mission in the entire run. This skip is consecutive slip clips with him aiming down sights with the RPG to reduce his field of view and slightly increase his FPS so he clips a little faster. Once through the second wall, he'll have saved about 9 to 10 minutes from not having to do downtown Emporia. As soon as he loads in, he'll do Songbird skip to skip a cutscene.
What is he?
Faster. Once through the second wall, he'll have saved about 9 to 10 minutes from not having to do downtown Emporia.
I misheard that.
As he loads in,
my brain heard 1 to 2 minutes. I was like, 1 to 2 minutes. Yeah, God, there's so much more to downtown Emporia than that. Okay, yeah, yeah. Yeah, no, Prisoners held the record for this for quite some time.
He'll do Songbird skip to skip a cutscene and save over 90 seconds. Jumps off the giant cable as far forward as he can to hit the trigger that loads the next area.
6 to 7 minutes, oh my god.
Happen, but is ideal since it of course refills his health and ammo. In the skipped cutscene, Elizabeth gives herself up to Songbird to save Booker's life, with Booker now arriving at Comstock House proper, trying to find and save Elizabeth. Here, Prisoner really roleplays Booker's concern for Elizabeth, sprinting past all the lore of what happened to Elizabeth in another universe where Booker never came back to save her. He'll then reset from checkpoint before a terror.
Time, Booker.
Back in and entering the next room, he'll do
time rots everything.
Not charge clip, charge skip. This is where he'll jump and charge a turret a few floors up, hitting a loading zone and skipping a fight, some dialogue, some downtime, and a slow elevator ride, saving about 1:20. So Elizabeth was supposed to get taken away during the Songbird cutscene, but because she didn't, she's still following Booker, and it's actually very easy for her to fall out of bounds as areas deload. This would cause big problems later, I'll explain when we get there, but by resetting in a couple key spots, her AI becomes less active and prefers to teleport behind you instead of running, so she's less likely to fall out of bounds when areas deload. With all this double upgraded volley gun boosting, his health has been slowly whittled down, which is great since there's another
skip the Lady Comstock fight. The gate skip in downtown Emporia skips that fight. It's one of the 3 things. Cheats, oh for sure. There's actually like a really interesting skip way back in the day when you actually had to do the Lady Comstock fights. You do an elevator with high FPS to get out of the graveyard early. Like you would kill her and then like immediately turn around and jump out of bounds. That was also back when we had that handyman skip in the first part by the bank, which was horrible. The gate skip was nice for so long. Rip the gate skip. Uses walls. Also, technically, this is like a trick.
Prefers to teleport behind you instead of running, so
instead of going to the right, you jump over this. So you gotta get like somewhat boosted off the corner of this box to get up and over it. Sometimes you jump and you just get fucking smacked in the face, and you're like, wow, great.
She's less likely to fall out of bounds when areas deload. With all this double upgraded volley gun boosting, his health has been slowly whittled down, which is great since there's another death warp coming up soon. As he runs to a lever he has to pull, his current objective at the top of the screen cycles through a bunch of outstanding objectives he's skipped.
And jump scare.
And animation of looking at the screen, his current objective finally hits the true current objective of rescuing Elizabeth, only for him to beeline it to the elevator back to the first floor and reset from checkpoint to again help Elizabeth not get lost, resetting all the cycling objectives on top of the screen in the process. He blows himself up when he loads into Death Warp straight down to the first floor and skip the elevator ride, which ultimately doesn't save too much time since there's still a fair bit of waiting. You see, he has to intentionally slow down here and wait for the Lutesses to spawn in. If he doesn't, then their dialogue never plays, so instead he's got to sit here and wait for them to finish spouting their nonsense.
He's not my father.
What is it? Why?
After the Lutesses disappear, Prisoner will boost up to the silhouette ahead to speak with an older version of Elizabeth, who pulls Booker into her future reality to show what will happen if Booker fails to stop Comstock from forcibly indoctrinating Elizabeth. Prisoner turns around real quick to show our Elizabeth still with us though, still wearing her jacket and everything. Her jacket will be important soon. Remember, she's wearing the jacket. During this
jacket,
old Elizabeth hands over a note for our Elizabeth on how to prevent this future from coming to pass. Don't know why she can't just hand it to Elizabeth herself. I mean, she's right there. Guess she stays rude forever. When he grabs the note from old Elizabeth, Prisoner will make sure that his camera is positioned pretty much exactly where the game would force it to if he wasn't looking straight ahead. The game correcting the camera takes time and delays the interaction, with it being particularly egregious if you look really far away. This kind of positioning is something Prisoner does for pretty much every interaction in the run, but it's most important in this level.
The seed of the prophet shall sit the throne and drown in flame the mountains of man.
Wow.
Say what you will about Comstock. He was a hell of a fortune teller. Wasn't the torture that broke me. Wasn't the indoctrination. It was time. Time rots.
Not even showing off the FPS boosting on top of her head for a moment.
It was coming.
Songbird. He always stops you.
Yes, but I would find a way.
No. It's too late for me. I brought you here for your sake.
What a nice relaxing cutscene.
Here.
What is this?
It's for her. She'll know how to read it.
What does it say?
It's advice.
After the cutscene, Prisoner is loaded into the next area and he starts boosting to the operating room where Comstock's procedure on Elizabeth is underway. Our jacket Elizabeth is still kinda following us, and Prisoner needs to pull 2 levers to stop an unjacketed Elizabeth from getting operated on. The building will start shaking after the second lever, which slows you down as you're supposed to walk back down to the unjacketed Elizabeth. Rather than jump a lot to mitigate the slowed walking like he did earlier, he'll instead do a charge clip to drop down right next to the operating room. This saves 2 to 3 seconds compared to the most optimal jumping you could otherwise do. You might be asking why he can't just click to the elevator and end the level here, or why he didn't clip straight to old Elizabeth in the previous area, or why he hasn't just gone out of bounds in every level and ran to the end. This game is heavily scripted in some levels, and like in this area, there are triggers you have to hit to actually progress the game, and blowing past them just soft blocks. So gotta hit all the triggers, dems the rules. He then waits for the tear to fully shut before walking forward to prevent the area from deloading. When he finally gets to Elizabeth, he unplugs her from the Matrix, and let's now talk about why I've been calling so much attention to Elizabeth's jacket. This version without the jacket is a different model than the other Elizabeth. Partway through the cutscene, Booker will look down and the game swaps out the unjacketed model for the one with the jacket.
Before we get too far, the other benefit of doing this clip now,
or why he hasn't just gone out of bounds in every level and ran to the end. This game
is the hallway you run down, if you're fast enough like Prisoner is, and good at the game, if you run all the way down and do like the jumps and stuff, you can make it there pretty easily. If you go a little bit slow, the game will actually just drop you out of bounds. So you either have to be like fully committed to going fast and getting it, or you just have to actually just run and not like try to go fast, or you will just fall out of bounds. Which this definitely happened on really good pace runs before. Not that I would ever know. That's definitely never happened to me on a PB pace. Nope, no sir.
Scripted in some levels, and like in this area, there are triggers you have to hit to actually progress the game, and blowing past them just soft locks you. So gotta hit all the triggers, dems the rules. He then waits for the tear to fully shut before walking forward to prevent the area from deloading. When he finally gets to Elizabeth, he unplugs her from the Matrix, and let's now talk about why I've been calling so much attention to Elizabeth's jacket. This version without the jacket is a different model than the other Elizabeth, and partway through the cutscene, Booker will look down and the game swaps out the unjacketed model for the one with the jacket. The model with the jacket is the one who's been shadowing us this whole time, with the dedicated resets to make sure she stays following. Without the resets, there's a really good chance she falls out of bounds at some point and just keeps falling. When the game goes to swap the models during this cutscene then, it can't find the jacketed model because she's so far away, and you end up having to wait around 50 extra seconds for the cutscene dialogue to end and the door to unlock. Prisoner plays with a higher than default field of view, meaning that you can actually
cheating.
Cheating. Watch the bottom of Elizabeth's skirt when Booker looks down in about 15 seconds.
You saw what he turns me into. I will not allow that.
And so what, you're going to kill him?
Is this where you start moralizing, Booker?
Also skip past the double card interaction. I don't know if anyone's ever figured out why it happens, but you have to interact with her twice here. One to pull out the thing and the other to tie the corset. Every now and then, you interact with her the first time and it skips to the second interaction. Randomly. It's nice when it happens, but like, I feel like it's gotten more rare these days of like, I haven't seen it happen in a very long time. Which maybe all the resetting and stuff we do doesn't let that happen anymore. I don't know.
With falling. When the game goes to swap the
Also, I love the skybox. When you fall out of bounds here, there's just land somewhere down there, you know. FPS has been, yeah, I mean, it could be. There's definitely a thing that happened, I feel like happened more frequently years and years and years ago, so maybe like a low FPS kind of thing helps, I don't know.
During this cutscene then, it came after seconds for the cutscene dialogue to end and the door to unlock. Prisoner plays with a higher than default field of view, meaning that you can actually see the models swap if you watch the bottom of Elizabeth's skirt when Booker looks down in about 15 seconds.
You saw what he turns me into. I will not allow that.
And so what, you're going to kill him?
Is this where you start moralizing, Booker?
Alright, watch the top left corner for the model swap, and now...
Swap.
In this cutscene, Booker handed over the note old Elizabeth gave him, with our Elizabeth resolving that they must find and kill Comstock to prevent him from turning Elizabeth into old Elizabeth and stop that New York future from coming to pass. He's then just a few boosts away from the final elevator of Comstock House, with him grabbing some salts on a couch in the process. The elevator will lead him to the Hand of the Prophet, the penultimate split of the run, where there's a handful of combat sequences. Also, he shoots the ground once while waiting for Elizabeth to lockpick the elevator, setting his health up for another death warp.
This doesn't make any sense. Everything here is a cipher that I understand except for this symbol. It's a cage.
A cage? Whoa. It's not a word, Booker. It's a song.
With Elizabeth needing to pick a lock first. Prisoner scouts which bodies have food on them, then kills himself the instant she puts the lockpick in the lock. This instantly opens the door, skipping having to wait through a really long dialogue for it to open, with the dialogue still playing in the background as he eats the food he scouted and storms outside. To open the fight, he has to kill a few enemies in a specific order, starting with this Patriot he hentai slaps and volley guns 4 times, then charging over to another Patriot that spawns.
He does what now?
He then kills a specific soldier who has a volley gun next. Killing the 2 Patriots and that dude in order makes the first gunship spawn and fly in about 20 seconds sooner, with Prisoner refilling his resources here. When clearing the gunship, you need to have the enemies physically removed from the ship in order to progress, not necessarily die, so Prisoner places an RPG shot to send them all flying off. We have to take the gunship to the next locale, with there being no real rush since after pulling the lever, you still have to wait for the gunship to dock first.
Oh god, it's docking. It's docking.
This is the first interlude of the combat sequence, where as they fly to Comstock's airship, Elizabeth ends up asking Booker a familiar question.
Oh my god, they call back to the beginning. Oh my god. She's gonna say it.
Do you think it's possible to redeem
Well, that's not what the question was.
that we've done?
Redeem? I don't see much use in that.
Booker, are you afraid of God?
No. I'm afraid of you.
The first of Comstock's forces who fly out to greet us is a gunship that Prisoner is going to hop to, where he'll cover the enemies in his hot detonation. There's an interesting glitch when he does that though, where you get thrown off the hook after shooting there. Depending on where you land when thrown off, you can potentially save some time. If you land on the deck of the ship, then you have to hop back down to your gunship via hook, but if you're lucky and land on the railing, well, your last solid ground position is back on our own gunship, and Prisoner can just fall off into the void to warp back to it. There's then two balloon boys who come flying in, with Prisoner doing to them what I would have done had I lived in Fort Collins, Colorado on October 15th, 2009.
Another gunship on the left.
I want one over my head.
There's an RPG enemy on the next gunship that flies in, whom Prisoner will use Bucking Bronco on to lift in air for more damage.
Oh, is that when the balloon boy thing happened?
There's a
The viral balloon boy thing?
that flies in and fights the second Comstock gunship over here, which there's nothing you can do to speed up. All
God
Prisoner can really
damn
do
those.
is chill around on his gunship with Elizabeth, waiting about 30 seconds for the next gunship he has to clear.
What a callback.
Starboard. There are 6 enemies on this upcoming ship, and Prisoner will use Undertow to pull a couple enemies off the ship and immediately throw them into the void to go hit the death plane. He optimizes this by making sure that one of the enemies he throws is the one with an RPG. He has more health, so it's faster to throw him to the death plane and clean up the leftovers with one volley gunshot, which takes the same amount of time as Mr. RPG dying. There's 3 more balloon boys who fly in now, with the enemy actually being called mosquitoes, and after clearing them, Prisoner has one more gunship to clear out in this sequence. He'll leap to a hook on the ship and just hang there, using his RPG to hopefully kill all the enemies in one shot. Here it ended up taking 2 shots though, which isn't too bad. Sometimes you can get really unlucky and have to ring around the rosy a bit to find and clear them out. So just ahead through the clouds is Comstock's Zeppelin, Hand of the Prophet. This is where
Hand of the Prophet.
Comstock and things will begin to come to a head narratively. Once the gunship docks, Prisoner's going to do a glitch he referred to as bomb boost that'll launch him up out of bounds, where he can do an elevator to skip some combat, dialogue, and a bunch of downtime in the bottom half of the ship.
Don't we have an official name for it?
Prisoner isn't 100% sure how bomb boost works, though he believes it's similar in concept to cargo boost earlier, where he'll kinda get stuck in some collision, leading to some weird speeds. From the hook of the gunship, he aims his leap right at the base of this bomb, placing him in a small gap where the bomb is resting, which gets him stuck, but with a well-timed jump, he gets launched up a floor out of bounds. From here, he'll jump up on the ship's wing, then onto a ledge where he'll elevator up the ship's interior. At the top, he can run and hop onto a skyline that snakes through this unloaded area, which is actually a skyline that belongs to the level he's about to load into, and using this skyline activates all
Not the
swing, then onto
crazy about it.
where he'll elevator.
So this is deck skip. This was like the first instance in BioShock Infinite of needing high FPS to do it. Like the slip clips have gotten to that point, but only as more runners have gotten access to having higher frame rates and being able to find stuff like that. Deck skip was known about for like quite a while, but like a lot of people just couldn't physically do it. As you can see, like 400 FPS, even like 500 is kind of better for getting this more consistently, and it's just getting pushed up this wall, this elevator. For a very long time. I was like, oh, deck skip would be cool to do, but I like physically can't do it, or if you're like slightly under this, it takes a long time to climb this wall, so it's like really, really painful. But a little cool history moment about Infinite. Far enough to make it possible, yeah, exactly. It's like the one thing, like if you considered like games coming out nowadays, right? Mouse PI and is an example, or even like the modern Dooms. Typically, FPS communities, when they find stuff, or even when the game just comes out, says we're going to put an FPS cap on the game, right? Like Doom 2016, the internal cap is 200 just because that's the highest the game can go. But like Doom Eternal doesn't actually have an internal cap, but the speedrun caps it at 250, I believe, is still the ruling. And like Mouse PI that just came out has a cap at 160. Like, this was back in the Wild West when that wasn't even, like, we had Hill Runner's Hat become a big thing, but, like, if this game came out nowadays, you probably wouldn't see a lot of these strats. I mean, if it came out nowadays, no one could get 500 FPS. This would be fucking Unreal 5 slop. But, yeah, it's like a really interesting thing looking back on the history of it, like... You tell a modern speedrunner, like, you need 500 FPS for the skip, and that shit's getting banned day one, dog. Like, Bioshock Infinite's like, yeah, whatever. You need 600 FPS for a skip. Good luck getting it. It's another groundbreaking speedrun community being like, you know what? I hope you can afford a GPU. You want to compete with Prisoner, you gotta have yourself a good GPU. I mean, Bioshock Infinite's 13 years old. It's not that bad, but yeah, like, console runners aren't... You'll never see a console runner do half this stuff, you know? Actual cheating was fair game. True. Big true. Just a fun thing to think about in retrospect. Like, wow. I mean, even like Bioshock 1, you know? The corpse launch stuff, you know, you need a decent amount of FPS. You don't need extreme heights. In fact, a lot of times having higher FPS is actually detrimental, like doing Arcadia skip. If you do the box boosts, you'll actually get launched too high up in the air and just take too much fall damage and die. I think I like personally capped it at 666 just for the memes of it, but I remember running it at HDQ 2019, 2020, something like that. And on like the GDQ PCs, is like practice stuff. I was getting like 1200 FPS in Bioshock 1. I was like, yeah, I gotta cap this. I'm launching to the moon on all of these launches.
Up the ship's interior. At the top, he can run and hop onto a skyline that snakes through this unloaded area, which is actually a skyline that belongs to the level he's about to load into, and using this skyline activates all...
There's also a really cool strat here prior to doing this, where you, oh, I say cool mechanically. Actually doing it a run was kind of a nightmare. You had to lure an enemy to a specific spot, and then get up into a specific spot and use undertow to launch them like up into the ceiling, and then you would charge to them. Which is like the other strat, which was, once again, cool mechanically, but doing it a run an hour and a half into a run was kind of a not so great part of the run for sure.
All the other skylines, so he can ride one to go to the proper end of this area. Loading into the engineering deck delineates the top and bottom halves of the ship, with Prisoner now being in the bottom of the top half. He's making his way straight to Comstock, first hopping on this skyline, swinging back and forth like the people who played at children action parks. He got unlucky with a handyman pushing him to the right here, derailing his movement and causing him to nearly die to enemies ahead. Ultimately, he's fine as he hops on this skyline that he leapfrogs ahead on to reach the confrontation with Comstock a little sooner. We now have a few important dialogue sections here that are unfortunately unskippable. Not because you couldn't feasibly skip this area physically, there's a way to get into the next area early. Rather, we need to interact with the ship's wheel to progress after we talk to Comstock, and the wheel won't spawn if you skip these dialogues. So unless you find a way to bypass the final fight entirely, which the ship's wheel is required to trigger, then there's no way to skip this. While this dialogue gets going, Prisoner shoots the ground to really make sure that he's down to 1 HP, since he'll be doing a death warp after the second dialogue. In this first dialogue, Booker and Elizabeth put 2 and 2 together to realize Comstock is dampening Elizabeth's power with a tool called a siphon, which prevents her from creating new tears like she used to be able to as a child. Straight up Elsa'd her ass. We then have the second dialogue / cutscene, the confrontation with Comstock, which ultimately...
Yeah, another one for the exclusive... Nah, I'm making this canon, it has to be done. The exclusive strats that got routed out. The old Prophet cabin skip was one of the worst things to do. Oh my god, I hated it. Oh boy, did I hate the Prophet cabin skip. When someone was like, yeah, you can just like death warp the final door and hit the thing. It's like, oh my god, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen. Because it used to be you had to drop down through the top of the ship in this next room in a very specific spot, otherwise you got loaded into the room in the wall and you got stuck. Then you had to do a proper death warp as you activated the door to like not have collision so that you could walk through the final door and activate the wheel. And it was awful. Once again, you know, you're an hour and a half into an hour and 40-minute run. Like, that's a really bad time to have to reset a trick.
It leads to Booker and Elizabeth having more questions than answers.
And him.
We're walking into a trap.
I need to do this.
Come here, child. Come on, I don't bite. My, oh my, how you have grown.
Tell me, what am I?
Look at you, child. You're a mess.
Let go of her.
It did have the unintended effects of having him with the like giant cut like on the back of his head early. Like for whatever reason, that model would spawn in when you did the old Prophet cabin skip, which is always interesting to see. His head would just be like bleeding incessantly.
Elizabeth, everything I've done to keep you safe.
Safe from what?
Seed of the Prophet shall sit the throne.
And drown in flame the mountains of man.
But the Archangel revealed something else. Beware, Prophet. Beware the false shepherd Booker DeWitt, for he shall be as a wall between her and destiny.
Why?
I'm a fool. I've sent mighty armies to stop you. I've rained fire on you from above. I did all of that to keep you from her, when all I needed was to tell her the truth. Ask him, child. Ask him what happened to your finger. Ask DeWitt.
Whoa.
She's your daughter, you
son of a bitch. And you abandoned her.
Was it worth it? Huh? Did you get what you wanted?
Booker.
Tell me!
Booker.
Tell me!
It is finished.
Yeah, no, Troy doesn't voice Comstock.
Cut off her finger and you put it on.
I mean, he probably could have, but...
You killed him.
Oh my god.
It's pretty much like, why did I try to fight you when all I have to do is tell Elizabeth you're hiding a secret? But Booker's like, I don't remember any secrets, so I'm gonna drown you in 10 seconds flat since this is a speedrun. There's a bunch more dialogue here that Prisoner is going to skip as soon as he's given his weapons back by doing a death warp into the ship's bridge. There's no respawn point nearby since this is pretty much a strictly cutscene area, so you respawn in the spot where your body lies, so he wakes up in the bridge in front of the ship's wheel, which he interacts with to start another cutscene. Elizabeth is trying to decipher a hidden message in the note old Elizabeth gave her when the Vox Populi rear their heads, saying, "We're still here too," waiting for this cutscene to end so the final combat encounter of the run can begin.
C-A-G-E. It's not a word, Booker. It's a song.
You ain't gonna place your daughter on the throne. We're gonna place her.
What?
stop it!
It's not a word, Booker! It's a song!
No way. Stopping a wave-based ending? I mean, that's just what Bioshock did after people hated the Fontaine fight in Bioshock 1.
It's okay.
They gave up on boss fights entirely.
Will you help me? I need you to protect me. Will you do it? Will you do this?
With Songbird on our side, it's time to clear out the Vox Populi, with the opening of this fight being really scripted. You don't actually gain control of Songbird until after a pop-up, and if you clear the first gunship too quickly, the next gunship spawn too fast.
Wave-based ending? Technically, yes, but no. It's a wave-based ending that's just on a timer.
Holds on to some enemies with Undertow until long enough has passed to delay the next gunship until he can use Songbird. He then immediately turns to direct Songbird at one of the two gunships that spawned while he uses Undertow to clean up the other gunship. There's another wave of 3 gunships that come in now, though Undertow makes it easy to mop up any enemies on each ship. Plus, this part is made slightly simpler by the fact that prisoners spawn camping that one gunship with Songbird causes an RPG enemy to not spawn on one of these gunships. This leads to the final segment of this fight and the last stretch of combat in the run. There are 3 Vox Populi Zeppelins that will spawn over the next 2 minutes or so, with destroying them.
Involve the Mega Handyman? I mean, it should have just been Songbird.
Of course, a bunch of enemies joining the fight during this stretch.
It's what everybody was expecting. It's what everybody wanted.
Now, with Prisoner using it to destroy the first Zeppelin the moment it's interactable. Taking down the Zeppelins with Songbird is a lot faster than taking one down manually, though due to Songbird's long cooldown, he will have to take down the second by hand. There's a sizable wave of Vox soldiers and patriots that spawn on the bow of the deck while Prisoner waits for the second Zeppelin. Undertow combined with a vantage point makes this pretty trivial though, with Prisoner able to collect enemies, group them up, and bring them near for a spanking with the volley gun. He's about out of uses for his RPG that's treated him well for so long, so he swaps it out for a crank gun. The next Zeppelin is approaching our ship from the bow starboard side, so he begins making his way that direction, picking up some resources while en route. While he waits on the skyline, he cranks it all over 2 turrets because he's waiting to land on the Zeppelin anyway, so may as well spray some turrets.
Yo, Mr. What's going on? Crankin'.
Once on the Zeppelin, taking it down manually is pretty simple.
Whoa, not doing the easy drop? Whoa, time loss.
Taking it down
not dropping into the room right here? Not doing the cheeky drop into the room? Whoa. Yeah, what's going on, Miss Riley? Welcome in. We're watching Tomato Anus's Bioshock Infinite Explained video. Been waiting on it for 4 years. You know, we're close to the end of it. We might do some gaming later on, but welcome in, everybody. Hello.
Simple, with him just boosting towards the engine, jumping at the end of his boost, of course, using charge to close the gap, then sabotaging the engine.
It's also funny, it's a very bright screen, how many people casually don't realize you can do this, despite the fact that, like, you kind of have to do it in factory. I'm pretty sure before going to the Daisy Fitzroy fight, like you have to get on the Zeppelin itself. But then people get to this point and they just think they have to use Songbird. So I remember when I actually used to really grind this out, people would always come and be like, "Oh my god, you can get on the Zeppelins?" It's like, yeah, you can.
Grab some more volley gun ammo on his way out, and by the time he finishes his mammoth leap back down to the Hand of the Prophet, Songbird will be just coming off cooldown. Ready.
Also, I hate using Songbird in this fight. Like, half the time it doesn't want to register you pressing the button. I don't know if that's just a me thing, but I feel like it's a every runner thing. Like, half the time you go to look at a thing and it's like, oh, press your button to do it, and then it like doesn't work for like 2 seconds. Or like, what's happening?
For Elizabeth to want Booker to catch something right as Prisoner was going to interact with the Zeppelin.
Also, yeah, Elizabeth too.
All that's left to do is clean up the remaining stragglers, with the fight actually ending once all the Zeppelins despawn. Prisoner is going to comb the deck into any gunships that fly up of enemies.
I never like really pay attention to the hands when I'm running because I'm just focused on what I'm doing. Giving Undertow like an actual looking at for like the first time in 13 years, like, God, that is terrifying. This is what you guys have to see whenever I'm like running the game. Like, oh my god, I'm so sorry.
Is going to comb the deck into any gunships that fly up of enemies before making his way to the bow to progress the story.
That shit is terrifying. Also thinking of old routes. Luckily, this fight doesn't tend to break anymore with how it's routed. Enemies don't tend to soft lock you. But back in the day, before we had the strats and the like script for doing this fight the way we do, whenever this fight would soft lock and you get to the very end and Elizabeth won't progress, it were just rage-inducing. You're like literally the last thing you really have to do in this run is this fight. And when it soft locks at the very end of it, you realize you have to reload and do the entire thing again. Ooh. That's like an uninstall moment, but yeah, this doesn't really happen anymore. But I believe it was caused by like one of the enemies falling off one of the gunships and like getting stuck on an invisible plane underneath the ship or something like that.
The dialogue here will begin once we fly within range of Elizabeth's former home, Monument Tower, though it's a bit random when it will actually spawn in. Sometimes it's loaded in immediately, sometimes you can lose up to 15 seconds waiting for it to load in. This time Prisoner lost around 3 or 4 extra seconds here. It's a pretty annoying time loss, especially
fireworks
into the run.
Fireworks? Tune fireworks? No.
Narrative sequence to wrap up the game, which starts with Booker using Songbird to destroy Elizabeth's tower, which destroys the siphon, limiting her powers in the process, and pretty much gives her full access to the multiverse.
It's the only way we'll find the truth. About my finger, Comstock, everything.
Tear it down. Tear it all down.
Do 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 do. Whoa.
And what's the first thing she does with this power? She stops Songbird from ejaculating.
I lost control. He's coming.
Gross.
Where is he? Where is he?
The last fight? No. You have to go through the outro. There are still skips to do.
I'm here.
I mean, the one saving grace of like, if you have to go through the outro is you're going to realize when you get to this point what your pace is. If you're not like on PB or record pace, when you get here, you can just stop the run. That's what I have always done. Unless I'm doing like a trilogy run or a marathon kind of run. If you just get to this point, you're like, I'm not getting a PB because of something happening. Like there's no point in going through the outro because it is 12 minutes of fucking waiting around and doing 3.5 skips. Oh, man. It ain't great.
Elizabeth, I'm sorry.
Past Booker Songbird? No.
What is this place?
They explain Songbird in the DLCs.
It's a doorway. One of many.
Alright, wanted to let that play out at least a bit. The Rapture teleport is truly iconic. So we're all done with combat in the run. It's strictly story stuff from here on out. A lot of walking from one point to another to watch a cutscene, lots of plot to digest. There's still a couple skips though, we're not yet done with speed tech. So, in the story, with Elizabeth's newfound access to all realities, she sees the full picture and is taking an unknowing Booker on an epiphany tour. At the end of this ride in the bathysphere, we'll arrive at a lighthouse, the motif of the series that is about to take on a whole new meaning.
We're all buried at sea. Oh, wait, no, wrong game.
City at the bottom of the ocean.
Ridiculous. It is like sort of funny to me that like Rapture's supposed to be like this lit up still, despite the fact that when you come down here, it's clearly after the events of BioShock 1 to some degree. It's arguable that maybe it's taking place during the events of 1, whatever, but even then, like, Rapture's not quite this lively when you come down here in the beginning. Like, there's some activity, but like, Rapture's pretty far gone by that point, and it's like, oh, somehow there's still all of this thriving electricity and whatever for you.
Look at that. Thousands of doors. Opening all at once.
Must be taking place right before? What do you mean? I mean, when you get in the Rapture, the thing's broken. Like, this pathway doesn't exist, which would be like having the plane already crashed into it and then potentially repaired, but it's also a universe. There's a whole, when you get into parallel dimensions and time travel, shit just goes out the window, right? That's why none of the stuff in this game makes sense, because it's just like a different universe, stuff happens, whoopsies. First plasmid, yeah, and the plasmid's gone.
What is this place?
You go up there, it's not there.
It's a doorway.
So in
where were we? So it's like the story's cool on the surface, but you start thinking about some stuff and you're like, wait a second. Wait just a minute. What are we doing here? I'm sure Mr. Tomato will break it down for us in the next 10 minutes of gameplay, right? Gotta make sense of it all.
Look at that. Thousands of doors. Opening all at once. My God, they're beautiful.
The stars?
I mean, you can like the games. I like the games. I'm just saying, if you really start thinking about the story, like it falls apart.
After Elizabeth finally opens the lighthouse door, we'll be greeted by a sort of world between worlds. Many lighthouses, all leading to different universes. Rather than take off to the left towards the next lighthouse, there's an invisible wall surrounding the railing, with Prisoner giving it the old slip and clip to get on top. This lets him get moving early and skip a dialogue trigger that would leave Booker and Elizabeth talking past the point he reaches the door to the next cutscene, so he'd be standing there waiting for it to wrap up. Getting moving early and skipping the dialogue trigger like this lets him interact with the next lighthouse right when he gets there instead of waiting, saving about 30 seconds. Since he's playing at a high FPS, he gets something here called an air glide, where you walk off ledges like you're in a Looney Tune, only dropping after a random amount of time. He also walks backwards and jumps once he's back on solid ground. The jump,
Jesus Christ, never seen someone get that far before.
Faster than the walking speed, and the walking backwards is because he still has fleet feet equipped, which increases his walking speed back and sideways. Here he does another wall zip, this time to skip around an invisible wall blocking you from moving forward yet. Off in the distance, you can actually see Elizabeth pulling off the same skip, with Prisoner slowing down to show it off. Probably just didn't want to admit he's bad at walking backwards. There's a branch in the path here to two different lighthouses, with the same baptism sequence playing regardless of your choice. Prisoner jumps into the interact of this nearby lighthouse's door and holds S during the interaction, which for some reason...
Holding S? Oh my god. He's S-ing? He's S-ing?
road, letting him walk out of the lighthouse and back it up like a Tonka truck to the other lighthouse. When he's halfway to the second lighthouse, he's going to turn around to face it, and like I just mentioned, this lighthouse contains the same baptism sequence, where you normally stand around for a while before being able to interact with the preacher. As long as he does this deload and turns around to face the lighthouse as he approaches, he'll be able to interact with the preacher without the delay, saving about 12 seconds overall. We then get to relive.
I feel like I haven't gotten this skip to work in like the past 10 runs that I've done of Infinite, which, I mean, it's been a while since I've done runs, but for some reason I like can't deload the room anymore, and I don't know why. I'm just washed up, I guess. I mean, luckily it only saves like a couple seconds, but
The memory of Booker not going through with the baptism.
Can't do it.
Returned from the Wounded Knee massacre. Dude didn't want to take that chance to come clean before the full detailed explanation with a stupid amount of evidence comes out.
No, I don't want to.
Oh, the lore of this. Jeez. I hope someone sent the follow-ups to this. This is an iconic canon event on the BioShock speedrunning Discord timeline. Oh, this was such a good day. This was 2 years ago. Yeah, so I mean, you can read all of this. Basically, this guy came in accusing Prisoner of cheating his BioShock 1 glitchless time. Just full tilt, like coming in saying, I'm gonna make a public video, I'm gonna expose all of this shenanigans. And like I don't talk much in Discords, like I kind of just, because I'm in so many, I just kind of check up on them every now and then, and I saw this happen, and I was like, okay, hold on. Hold on a second. I was like, okay, you know, let's hear him out. Maybe there's something that looks weird. But BioShock 1, if you've played it any time in the past 15 years, you'll know it's just kind of buggy in general, especially if you're trying to stream it as well. So like, you know, myself, KPC, some other runners kind of looked at the thing they were like looking at. We're like, yeah, that's just like weird BioShock jank with like alt-tabbing or something. And they're like, oh, okay, it's kind of weird. And I was like, so, you know, you came in here accusing Prisoner of cheating and doing all this stuff and trying to expose him. Like, are you going to apologize? And he's like, still rambling. He's like, oh, I'm you know, I was just checking up on stuff. I was like, but you still haven't apologized to Prisoner for doing all of this. And then he's like, what did he call him? He called him by the wrong name, and it just set me off. I never had so much fun, like, antagonizing someone after it. Was it Pioneer? He apologized. Yeah, Pioneer. And I was like, dog. Oh, that was such a fun time. Good memories. Classic Pioneer cheating BioShock 1 glitchless speedruns, dog. Like, moving on.
Father makes him born again. Lord,
stop it!
What are you doing? Get off me! Get off!
You didn't go through with it.
Think
Got an issue.
change the things I've done. Let's get out of here. Hey, these doors of yours, they're all tears, right? Well, open one up. Open one up to Paris. I want to be shut of all this.
Not until we find Comstock.
Comstock's dead!
No. He was here.
After Elizabeth gives a dodgy as hell answer about Comstock having been here because, like, Booker drowned him for 10 whole seconds, and people don't just come back from that. Prisoner enters the next dialogue sequence where there's a quick overlap in dialogue.
What of my debts?
This happens randomly at high frame rates. So
look at this doorknob. Look at that shit. Peak quality doorknob right there. I tell you.
Here we are in another of Booker's memories, an earlier memory than Booker initially believes. The actual gameplay in this part is pretty simple. Just interact with Baby ASAP and get rid of Baby ASAP.
No, there was no baby, and if there was, I sure as hell would.
There have been instances where you can interact with Robert Lutece immediately to rid yourself of the baby and save about 13 seconds, which seems to be more likely if you're playing at excessive FPSs, like over 1400, though it's still very uncommon. And on that note of high FPSs, Prisoner gets another dialogue overlap skip when Booker hands over the baby to Robert Lutece to wipe away his debts, saving a few seconds.
How do you know all this?
I can see all the doors and what's behind all the doors.
I don't think I've ever played Uncapped at this point. I didn't know that was a thing, honestly.
Comstock. What choice do I have?
I mean, it's a section of the game that's not like that heavily rendered. There's not like a lot loaded in, so it's pretty easy to get high FPS there.
After Booker doesn't help Roe again, Prisoner is going to again just run backwards to the next cutscene, this one of another memory he had forgotten. Booker keeps asking Elizabeth why they can't just go to Paris now that Comstock is dead, but Elizabeth persists in showing him these memories, insistent that their job isn't done yet, not until Comstock never existed. But she's being coy about the whole thing.
Comstock's dead. We can just go on with our lives. You don't need
Dead? You mean like Chenlin? Like Lady Comstock? No, he is a
Ooh, clean backwalking.
worlds. It's not over because the Prophet is dead. It will only be over when he never even lived in the first place.
The cutscene that's gonna happen after interacting with Comstock is actually supposed to be in slow motion, but because he's playing at 600 FPS, it's a lot faster. Hey, have I mentioned yet that a big part of Elizabeth's character is that her right pinky is missing?
No! Shut it down! Shut down the machine now! Do it!
Give me back my daughter! No!
So yeah, Booker is Elizabeth's dad. Rosalind and Robert Lutece to foster the deal. Comstock bought Elizabeth/Anna so he could have an heir, with her pinky being severed and left in a different universe, which is what leads to her preternatural abilities. Now knowing what Comstock has taken from him, Booker's all aboard the "let's kill Comstock when he was born" train. Screw Paris. He has a bit more cutscene here before he'll be back at the lighthouse.
A chance for us to bring it together.
Oh, that's scary. Man, like I'm sure Prisoner knows where exactly he can stand for this, but like I ain't risking that shit, man. This is a notorious spot for like soft locking. If you're like standing too close to this cutscene when it pops, like sometimes you just get soft locked. Like you just get fucking stuck. That's why you see a lot of runners back up to the other side of the room just to really make sure. Like it's being that close is like whew.
I told you it was work.
We already know it.
That's the truer spot to have something go wrong. Like having the fight soft lock is bad enough. Having the soft lock happen in the outro where the last checkpoint's like 3 rooms ago or something. That shit is truly awful. Don't want to say it's back at like The Preacher or something like that. Or even like before you do the slip clip, maybe before the double bridge. It's pretty far back.
Anna. So sorry, Anna.
You suppose he branded himself as some sort of penance?
Should have.
Don't see the point. What's done is done. What's done will be done. I suppose the brand is his hair shirt, as he is ours.
During her race, oof.
Away the dead. Bring us the girls. Wipe away the dead.
See? He's starting to put his story together.
Wipe away.
You're quite fond of this theory of yours.
He's manufacturing new memories from his old ones.
Well, the brain adapts.
I should know. I lived it.
I forgot how much you get flashbanged in this run.
Booker, wake up. This is where it started.
I sold you. I sold you.
To your credit, you did try to weasel out of the deal.
This is all Comstock's fault. What if I went back? Killed him before he did any of this?
Things get set in motion.
How would one know how far back to go?
That's the only way to do it. Go back to when he was born.
Smother.
Son of a bitch in his crib.
Once Prisoner interacts with the lighthouse door, the run will officially end and the final cutscene will begin. Gotta walk backwards there first though, with him getting stuck in the process. Told ya, bad at walking backwards.
Damn. Reset.
Bringing up that our Elizabeth doesn't have a pendant on her choker. In a normal playthrough, this is super important to this cutscene because when Elizabeth shows up without a pendant, it's supposed to be this gasp-inducing moment, but in the speedrun, it just feels like Booker's kinda tripping.
Why are we back here?
This isn't the same place, Booker.
Of course it is. I remember.
Are you ready to leave behind all
You're not.
Until it immediately becomes clear he's not tripping as more Elizabeths fill the frame. So yeah, turns out that in the universes where Booker goes through with the baptism, he ends up becoming Comstock, which leads to Columbia and everything. He needed a blood heir, but because of the Lutece's experiments, his sperm kinda sucks, so he had to steal his child from another universe, which is where Anna/Elizabeth and Booker, who turned down the baptism, came in. But now Booker lets Elizabeth drown him at the baptism so that Comstock is never born. I've got a question though. This is a 1912 Booker getting drowned, right? Not an 1891 Booker? So how does drowning this Booker make there be no Comstocks ever? You'd have to actually go back in time and drown Booker then, right? And even then, aren't there infinite multiverses branching off this Booker's decisions right now?
Yes.
Is there a universe where Booker backed out from going through that final lighthouse door and he lives on?
Yes.
Does this require an eradication of every Booker across every timeline after
Yes.
or before 1891?
Yes.
Maybe I'm overthinking this because I recently read the book Dark Matter, which covers...
It's literally the reason the DLC exists. So one of the Comstocks sneaks off to Rapture. And that's why she goes and hunts him down. Yes, to all of those questions. She kills that one, but she's also metaphorically and literally killing off all of the other ones at the same time. And then Burial at Sea is about going after that last Comstock that it escapes, who thinks he's a Booker. And Rapture is a PI.
A very similar topic, but that's like the book's whole deal. It allows for more questions to be explored on the subject, while this game's focus is on telling a story that features this infinite reality stuff as opposed to being entirely centered around it. Ignore the irony of me saying that while this game's name is, you know, BioShock Infinite. Anyway, if you've made it to the end of this video, thank you so much on behalf of both myself and Prisoner. And of course, I'd like to give a huge shout out and thank you to Prisoner for helping.
Whoa, Prisoner. That's not Pioneer.
Speedrunning this game, holding every major record.
Shouts to Pioneer, my goat.
Incredible to work with. We originally chatted 4 years ago about the possibility of making this video together, and after I kicked the can down the road for a few years, not wanting to cover a run this long, we reconnected and he was still super down to work together. His impact on the script and editing of this video cannot be understated, and I cannot recommend enough you check out his channel if you're itching for a backlog of BioShock speedruns. So again, thank you, Prisoner.
Even if some of them may be cheated.
Last but not least, shout out to everyone in the Tomato Anus Discord.
Whoa.
It's a super chill, welcoming, and supportive place, and that's solely because of the folks who make it up. So yeah, you're all pretty cool in my book. Anyway, that's all for this.
Whoa, look at that tomato spin. Shoosh. Oh.
HRH mod speedrun of BioShock Infinite. I've been Tomato.
Sir, your title says it's an any % run, so false advertising. I'm going to dislike the video. Whoa, thumbs up. Wow. Whoa, like if I put my cursor over top the like button, it's like we're holding hands, which is kind of cute. Clickbait, oh my god. Pretty solid video. We'll have to wait another 4 years for the BioShock 1 revisit, you know? All the new stuff. We'll see if this one has the same effect on the community. That after the BioShock 1 video, that run changed pretty drastically. Some big skips were found for that game. Be cool to see it happen for Infinite. I don't think it'll break as much, but, you know, could be wrong, could be wrong. We'll see. You know, maybe we'll get the DLCs. Maybe the DLC explanation videos. I just want to see Burial at Sea Part 2, because I want to see what Tomato would do with a 12-minute long cutscene, or however long the lobotomy cutscene is. Give me a detailed explanation of lobotomies, like a lobotomy 101 crash course. BioShock 4. Yeah, right. I'm just gonna put the video link in the pinned message, but if you want to go watch it yourself, maybe you came in late and want to watch it from the beginning, you can go do that. Makes awesome videos on other games besides the BioShock ones, you know. Some pretty decent ones on the channel. BioShocks are just personal favorites. So put so much time into them, but yeah, we'll have to wait. We'll have to wait another couple of years before we get another tomato in this video. I'd love to see it. And he no longer owes a pull-up. Which is about the only thing I'd say to him when I saw him at an event. Say, hey, when am I getting that pull-up? Can't say that anymore. Gonna have to find something new. We'll see. The question now is, do I feel up to actually doing any gaming tonight? Maybe. I am still feeling my seasonal sickness. Which is like somewhat of a cool band name. But, I don't know. Let's see. What time is it? Sheesh, 11:30. God damn, what a video. Time flies when you're watching BioShock Infinite, am I right? Will Fall of Light needs an update as well. Oh my god, how big is this shit? Call of the Elder Gods? Nah, we finished that up. Overall, I like to Call of the Elder Gods. I need to put it up on YouTube. I kind of want more out of it, both in terms of Lovecraftian stuff and also just in terms of puzzles, but it's a fun little follow-up to Call of the Sea. It's a fun little adventure game, you know. Nothing groundbreaking, nothing crazy, but also not just like a pure walking sim. Well, we're waiting for this to update. Okay. I guess we'll try to finish Will Follow the Lights. I don't know if I feel like really gaming, but I also took the past couple days off, so I kind of feel like I need to. But yeah, if you liked BioShock Infinite speedruns, we'll also be seeing it by Gulch at SGDQ coming up in July. We'll also be running System Shock 2 directly after his run on Monday night. I think in my tweets and stuff I said Tuesday night, but it's Tuesday morning, Monday night, as well as Mouse PI, which got in on second submission, which is pretty cool. Let me update all my stuff here. $319. Ooh, I mean, $319's not too bad. You know, it's not a 7 a.m. time slot. At least you can stay up a little bit to your run, then sleep afterwards. But yeah, horror games tend to get pushed later into the night like that. Real spooky hours. You take 7 a.m. Ah, it's the see. Alright. Waiting for this to patch 87%. Patch 2 is live. Major patch in progress. Looks like they fixed some issues. Capping off horror block. I mean, there's not really like a true horror block this time around. Like, there's two small ones, but I don't know if the small ones are big enough to qualify really as blocks like they have in the past. Really shot horror block in the foot this time around, you know? I make one little joke to Bri on the Fear 2 couch of needing more horror game representation, and they fucking kneecap us, dude. Oh, not really. Just joking. Please don't take that seriously. Also, anybody that resubbed or gifted subs during that video, thank you. I just had alerts off for watching through that. But thank you, Klepto, for all the stuff gifted out. Dirty Koala for the 28 primers. Miss Scarlet with the raid. Thank you guys. All right. We're going to resume this. I just need to use the bathroom real quick, and then we'll remember where I left off, which I honestly don't remember at all. This game was kind of a fever dream the other day. Whoa. Game doesn't even have like sick background music. Damn. I mean, like trying to remember where I left off in this game. That's a hard one. I believe I left off after solving the puzzles on the island and getting back on the boat. Leave the island, get an azimuth with the compass. Yeah, how do I do that? Wait, does this have reboundable keys? Oh. For some reason I was thinking that I was on WSD. Okay. That threw me off for a second. With a compass. What's my compass button? Might have to go look at my VOD of this at the end. So let's see. Compass button? Compass? T. Why is my compass on T? Whoa, spinning. What am I supposed to do here? Oh, okay. That was a little strange. Whoa, floating magical scribble cube. Marked her out on the map in the boat cabin. Okay. Yeah, for anyone that wasn't here the other night, this is Will Follow the Light. a game about trying to find your son and dad on a island or something. I'll be honest, I was like starting to get sick, not feeling great when I played this the other night. So I like kind of don't remember things that were going on, but it also wasn't very clear what was going on anyways, I feel like. So if you're confused at what's going on, so am I. So am I. Mark the route on the map in the boat cabin. Okay, so we go here, and we have 34. 34 what? Where's 34? What do you mean 34? Wait, what? Mark the route on the map. I'm just gonna click the things that have like names on them. Is that? Is that not what I do? Is that not what it requires of me? This is 34. We can't access 34. It goes to 33. And we don't have the next part anyways. Uh-huh. Well... I'm confused. I'm very confused. I mean, it already gave me the marker, right? Let me check the journal. Yeah, I can check the angle. What? Maybe I'm not in the place to try to get through this again. Maybe I should have taken that extra nap. I mean, I feel like if I just... keep clicking, I'll eventually get it right. Maybe? Chat, I might be dumb. Normally when you put on glasses, you're supposed to get, like, smarter, right? I feel like putting on glasses made me dumber. Let me go back to contacts. Alright, maybe I looked this one up. First puzzle of the night, and I'm stuck. Let's see. A 30-second ad, oh my god. Let's see. I'm trying to figure out where where I am. Okay. So after doing the lighthouse. Yeah. Set the thing. Oh, there's some collectibles I'm missing, but who cares about collectibles? Go on the ship. Yep. And you click on the thing. Oh, wait, what? Oh, this is... What? My map is not the same as their map. Uh-oh. Okay. Now we're good? Maybe that was part of the patch that changed it? Their first line goes from here to this island, and then they click up to here or something? I don't, okay. I'm confused. Leave the island, okay. Yeah, we're Wind Wakering. More speed. Shoosh. Oh yeah, there's a little skip sailing button. Nice. You gotta love when a game says, you know what? Let's make a whole mechanic that you can just not interact with at all. Whoa, I did it. Oh god.
Thick fog ahead. Ooh, better have some tea to keep the cold out.
Some tea? Oh, okay. Yeah, it seems like a smart idea to just brew some tea while you're sailing, but yeah, yep. Okay. How does one brew tea? Could be making tea, or we could be making ramen noodles. Whoa. We'll put the tea leaves in there? Why would you put the tea leaves in there? Nice. A good cuppa. Oh, yeah, that water was not boiling at all. We're squelching.
Tug from Mystic speaking. Thick fog ahead. Steer towards the searchlight and the sound of the horn.
Come in. This is Molly. Copy that.
Molly.
I'll guide you through the channel to the town.
Oh, okay.
Another boat. I need to try and reach it.
Reach the ship.
Can't see a thing in this fog. But this lamp should cut through it well enough to spot the rocks.
What's my lamp button? Let's see. If I was a lantern 9. Oh, okay, it's not working. Like the opening of every King Kong movie. Gotta find Skull Island.
As soon as possible.
Way out of here. But we're so hard to get here. Whoa, iceberg. Oh, someone's beeping. Woo! Oh my God! Holy sh! That rock came out of nowhere.
At this rate, the lamp won't hold its charge for long.
What do you mean the lamp? The lamp's not even out. Arnar. Oh god, I'm not controlling it. Oh god. Ah! Oh, I crashed. It's over. I'm dead. It's Jover. It's Jover. Beep. Where's my horn? Oh. Brother, that shit does not help. A dock here? No? Okay. Guess we'll go around. Oh god. Buckle up. This looks like it's kind of dead end, but fuck it. Whoa, I see something. Full speed. Full speed for ramming.
I have you in sight, Molly. Come in closer and we'll make for the harbor.
Oh, that's better. Thought I'd be stuck in that fog. Hilo, without that lamp, I wouldn't have made it out. Thank you.
Yeah, that lamp definitely helped. Uh-huh. Yep, the lamp. Yep, lamp. Whoa. Are they telling me? Come on. Oh my god, they are telling me. How cute. Adorable. Whoa.
Feels so strange to come home like this. I haven't been here since I ran away on Molly.
Molly, I brought you into the harbor. Now you'll have to dock on your own.
What? It's bullshit. Oh, shit. Hit the wall. Did I fail from hitting the dock, or did it just dock me? Oh, God. Wait, it doesn't start from the part where it lets me drive on my own? Oh my god. Are you... Wow. Maybe continuing this tonight was not such a good idea. Why would you not checkpoint after this part?
Feels so strange to come home like this. I haven't been here since I ran away on Molly.
Blah, blah.
Molly, I brought you into the harbor. Now you'll have to dock on your own.
Wow. Really? Alright, I guess I'll follow the compass this time and not the ship. I guess we're going here. I was a little worried when I heard the ship hit the dock. I was like, oh, please don't kill it again. Talk to the harbor worker. Yo, what's up, dude?
Hi, I'm Bert. I work the harbor. So, you've made it at last. What brings you by?
What do you mean, at last?
I'm looking for my son, Thomas. He was supposed to come here a few days ago with my dad. Have you seen him?
No, I haven't met anyone like that. But tell me, why are you so certain they'd be here?
Well, there's no other choice. They have to be here.
I understand. Yes, well, people don't come here by accident. They arrive because something calls them. My part is simple. I see them safely to shore, but I don't send anyone back out. I've got enough of my own burdens.
All right, then. I'll look for him in town myself.
Perhaps you shouldn't be searching for them at all.
What?
You're on your own carrying nothing but a lantern. No charts, no bearings. If you keep on like this, you won't find them. You'll lose yourself.
I don't need a map. I used to live here. I remember everything. And I'll find them, no matter what.
Huh. Is that so? Well, then go carefully, mate. It was nice meeting you. I'm afraid I've nothing more to offer.
Thank you.
What a weird thing to say. I've got nothing more to offer. Wow. Charge a lantern. What? Reach a father's house. Bookish. Howdy.
The charge is full now. I can move freely in the fog.
So charged. Oh my god.
Follow the light, son.
Locked, of course.
Gate under repair. Use barrier access. Only control panel at security posts.
Should be nearby. Otherwise it wouldn't make sense.
If only I could walk past this concrete barrier. Nope, can't.
There are those drawings here too. I'll activate one and see what it shows.
What? What was brother talking about? Reach father's house. What? Like it? Yeah. I was a big fan of tomato stuff. Well,
Derek, there's something I need to ask you. I held off as long as I could.
What is it? I'm in a hurry. I promised Will we'd launch his first boat he carved out of wood. It's a big day for him.
We've had a radio call from the Northern Lighthouse. Bob's broken his leg.
No.
What? There's no one else you can send? I told you a month ago I need to leave early today.
I know. Just go there and back with David. He'll stay on shift and you bring Bob back to town. It can be done in a day, and then I'll give you a full day off.
Okay. All right. Bob's always had my back. Let me call my wife.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Okay. I'll take it. Now I just need to work out what it opens.
A key.
A wooden boat? That sudden job? Can't be a coincidence.
A coincidence.
Dad really did want to come.
Gross. Well.
Of course, I believe the Institute of Marine Biology is a wonderful place. To anyone trying to find their path in life, come join us at the Institute.
Okay. I'll take it. Now I just need to work out what it opens.
That's what he said about the last thing. Why do you have an extension cord plugged in? Power strip. There's nothing plugged in the first place. Old sport. I stopped paying him any attention ages ago. Let the grump grumble. You asked, I got the keys from Nadine and returned them to you. For some reason, she stashed license plates in the trunk and called it a secret.
Every job has its little jokes. I'll keep the key.
Whoa, I can go past this barrier? Wow, no way. Only I could have walked past it. Wow. Oh my god, Silent Hill.
I've been in situations like that myself. I could never leave a colleague in trouble. Who would help the lighthouse keepers if not us? Never knew it had all been like this.
I need a code. Three-digit code, huh? Your car's license plate happens to suspiciously match both the stranded train's route number and something else.
Looks like the station workers decided to teach their arrogant boss a lesson. Clever.
Damn, got him. What's the route number? Guess we'll never know.
I always loved watching the station master switch the tracks. It's a shame one of the lines is closed now. The drawbridge is pointing towards the station hut. I need to move it to another position. There's a way into the Institute now, but I can't reach the other side. How am I supposed to get there and move the bridge?
many times have you been in post? Every single time I've left operating the bridge alone. I'm the station master. I'm supposed to be on the platform covering for you next time. Pull the lever after I've turned the green traffic light and rung the station bell 3 times. Turn the green traffic light and rung the station bell 3 times.
I'll try ringing the bell.
Oh no, my lantern's going out for some reason.
The station bell. It used to sound so melodic. Could listen to it for hours. Now it's got no clapper, and it can't make a sound.
No clappers. Okay. So which of these numbers? Platform 3? It's gonna be 204. Well, there's no 0, so... Can't be that one. Let's try 826. Okay. Whoa, a bell clapper.
Bell clapper. Now I can fix it.
Shush.
What a pleasant sound.
So did not turn the station light green, but maybe it won't matter. I don't know.
Car with no plates. Was that mentioned in the notes? If so, that key should open the boot.
The boat? You gotta open the boat. Reminds me of the line from Ted Lasso about getting the boot while putting boots in the boot. It's like getting fired from your job for putting cleats in the trunk of your car. Ring the bell. I assumed the door would open or something. Let's see. Pull the lever after I've turned the green traffic light. Okay. I gotta still find that traffic light. I was a traffic light. Where would I be? little stuck. Would it really require me to like run back? Surely not, right? Well, someone told me game saved, so. Something's happening. Oh, it just turned on some. What? Oh, okay.
Institute of Biology. Workplace of the two most important women in my life. Another charging station for the lantern. Just what I needed.
Wow.
It's strange to see the Institute empty. There was always so much life here.
So my
If I remember this right,
throat's starting to feel real scratchy tonight, so excuse me if I kind of tone down how much I say from this point. I'm unfortunately still very not feeling great. What?
Nash's dice. This key might fit the greenhouse. Nash's dice. And the gate control panel. Locked as well.
At this time of year, the best way to greet the sunrise is in the Highlands. To reach the spot, you'll need to set out in the evening and walk to the lake on the edge of
Nash's
town.
dice.
Stay close to the lit lamps.
He was always rolling them. Said he was training luck and that one day they'd come in handy.
Whoa.
A beautiful greenhouse. She hardly ever brought me here. Was afraid I'd break something.
Claire, if anything like that happens on an expedition again, you'll spend the rest of your career sitting right here, filling out paperwork.
Professor, everything turned out fine. I'm an excellent swimmer. Nothing happened.
Yes, we all know you never miss a chance to show off your skills. But that isn't always necessary.
I wasn't doing it for nothing. I went after the camera with valuable research data. After all, fear is the little death.
The goal may be noble, but I don't need to remind you about underwater currents and marine animals.
Oh, poof. It's just that no one else has the courage. That's why you're angry.
Clarissa, courage and recklessness are not the same thing.
I'm heading home. Thanks, everyone. See you tomorrow.
She's impossible.
What?
Mum always loved the water. Never imagined she was risking her life at work for nothing.
We got a sliding puzzle to open up the locker? What the fuck? I can't do it either? Okay.
I saw out of my head. You have to be so sure of yourself to dive into any water you see. How many things I never noticed. Finally, a residential district. Most of the town live here. I was always scared of getting lost here as a kid. All these houses look the same. The newspaper that changed my life. Thanks to Cassandra's father for not turning me away. For trusting me and giving me a chance to prove myself.
Lighthouse keeper for job opening. Whoa. It's always a lighthouse. Oh my god, we're tying knots. Wow.
They used to lock the gates at night for safety. Or maybe just to keep people from leaving. I need the key. I was just here. I don't remember anything blocking the way. Strange. I can't see anyone, but I can hear people.
Ah, spooky ghost.
Like this. A rough part of town.
Yeah, this looks like a real mean part of town, that's for sure.
Nash's house. Oh, the only cozy place in this maze of identical homes. I made this raft specially for Bjork. One of the reasons I love visiting Nash was his dog.
I like the lantern in the lighthouse every evening, not for the ships, not for her. Just read other people's mail. Oh my god, a dead end.
A chalk drawing in the middle of the park. That was never there. Seems like the fences change position when the lampposts light up. This is so strange.
No mail. Damn. Sometimes I close my eyes and see her turn at the creak of the door. You came back, she whispers, startled, then smiles, and the whole house fills with that light. Then I open my eyes.
I couldn't speak to a loved one about his feelings, so he poured them into a letter instead. What? Spooky. I'm wondering whether they need to do it in a certain order or something. Let's see. No, I'm trying to figure out the puzzle. Let's try this one. Bing. All right. This puzzle's just a little obtuse. So the funny thing about that, like him having to throw the G in his name, is there's literally a runner of this event called Young Buttcoin. And they're not making him change his name at all, which is pretty funny. I think they've kind of relaxed that sentiment over the years, but yeah, when I saw it, I was like, huh.
Mum, has Dad arrived? Are we going to launch my boat soon?
Oh, darling. Dad just called. He had to go to the lighthouse for work, but he'll be back tomorrow. Maybe we should put this off.
No! It's always like this. I've waited so long. I can do it myself.
Mum.
Mim.
You say no to me that day. All right. I'll take the key and go to Thomas.
Well, it's Young without the O. And they're running No More Heroes or something. I don't remember what game they're running, but yeah, it's on the schedule.
And the house doesn't look in great shape either. I should check the pier. Another tape. Oh, I was afraid I wouldn't find any more.
Some luck. I found an old lantern and managed to light it. Warm, gentle light. It feels so much better.
We're walking the same path. He had a lantern too. Starting to feel less like a coincidence.
Damn, why did you yoink that tea? What the fuck?
The pier's abandoned too. So Dad doesn't live here. Another drawing. I think I know what I'm about to see.
Do you though?
So, Will, is it deep enough here for your little boat?
Mom, it's not just a boat. It's a cruiser. Yes, it's deep enough.
Go on, lower it now. And then we better head back. It's getting dark soon. Will!
Mom, Mummy, I didn't mean to.
Yes, Will, yes, just a moment. Will, grab the edge. Hold on.
Mom, come on, come on. Grab my hand. Reach up, come on.
Will, move to the other side of the boat and stay there. I'm climbing in now.
Alone in the dark, in a boat, in the middle of the lake, far from anyone, all through the night. In the morning, Dad came, and Mum was never found.
Seems like maybe a setup. We just had that last dialogue about her being like super
Should be recharged at a light.
super good at swimming and everything, right?
There is one.
And it didn't seem like there was like big waves coming or anything, and she just like capsized, and like that was enough to take her. I don't believe it. Something smells fishy, and it's not the sea. Reach the tower. The fuck's the tower? Is it up this way? Not the freaky fishman.
Oh, of course, the radio tower. That's a lighthouse too, in a way. How did I not see it before? I need to get there.
Whoa.
Heading far in fog like this?
Heading up to the radio tower.
That road is closed.
The local watchman's an old acquaintance of mine.
Now we're getting creepy music. We got a serial killer around loose.
You're on your own. I need to head back. Plenty of folks in town may need my help. The watchman's name is Jack. If he's still there, give him my regards.
But I wanted to ask you about the town. There's so much that feels strange here.
Well, it all depends on how you look at it. Just because something is unknown to you doesn't make it strange.
Yeah, but the notes, the tapes...
Oh, looks like you weren't only searching for your father. Every person's path is made up of trials, hardships, and moments of happiness. What is good for some is bad for others. You've simply seen the town from different angles. Don't judge it or the people. Find Thomas, if you can.
It's only getting more confusing. But you are right, I have to find Thomas. Bye, but...
See you, Will. Best of luck.
Very odd writing for that. It's not natural way of saying things. Starting to get the sense maybe this whole game is you passing into the afterlife or something. Seems like a ferryman or something that like pushes you across. I feel like with having the open ocean kind of stuff, they would have... They're gonna do like a ferryman situation. They'd have you actually cross the water that way. Whoa.
Now the owner definitely knows I'm here.
Whoa, doggos. That good old hard glue. Oh my god.
Who in their right mind would turn up in weather like this?
Hi, Jack? Bert said you might be home. He couldn't get through.
Bert? Of course he couldn't get here. He's got no business in this place. Now then, you know who I am. But what's your name?
I'm Will.
Well then, Will, come inside. I'm always glad to see a new face.
Thank you.
He has no business in this place, so it's someone. Yeah, I mean, okay, hold on. Maybe he is the ferryman.
What brings you to our parts, Will?
What is that? A bucket of steaks?
And when I saw the light from the
Oh my god!
I thought I might learn more here.
What a bucket of steaks!
Jack. Good night then.
What? Oh, okay. Skip dialogue on accident. Yeah, I'm taking your tea.
The Polar Expedition studying sperm whale behavior is now recruiting new members.
Oh. The hell? Why's my lantern? Why is my arm broken? What the fuck? One second, my camera is covering this. Look at this shit. Oh wait, did it fix itself? No. The arm was broken. Aw, man. No broken arms for you guys. Gotta follow the light. No, we're running on ice. Hell yeah.
Ah, you're awake. Morning, Will.
Hmm? Oh, hi, Jack. Oh, it's already dawn. Looks like I overslept. I need to keep moving.
The weather's good for it, but you still haven't said why you're looking for the lighthouse.
I'm actually looking for my dad and my son.
What's the lighthouse got to do with it?
I'm a lighthouse keeper. My dad was one too. It may sound strange, but it feels as if the light itself is showing me the way.
Anyone who's had to walk in the dark knows you won't get far without a proper lantern. There's a lighthouse around here. They light it from time to time. Maybe that's where your old man works.
Strange. I hadn't heard of a lighthouse near this town. Is it new?
It's actually the other way around. It isn't near the town. It's north of here.
North? As far as I remember from the map, there's nothing there. No towns, just strong currents, rocks everywhere, and shoals.
Maybe that's exactly why they put the lighthouse there. In any case, I don't know of any others around here. You could have asked Bert, but he's already gone out to meet the next ships.
Well, then there's no choice. I'm heading for that lighthouse.
It's not so easy to get there right now. Oh, damn it. We've been talking too long. It's time to feed the dogs.
So, you're not just this house watchman? You look after everything around here too?
You think I watch over this place? No, this place has its own keeper.
Wait, let me feed the dogs for you. It's the least I can do to pay you back for all your help.
Take this basin out to the dogs, and be careful. They don't take kindly to strangers.
I hope they still remember me from last night.
Oh, a basin of steaks. Shoosh.
Easy, easy. I brought you some food.
Slap it down. Holy. It's a lot of steak for 4 dogs.
Your lantern's almost out. Try reaching the tower and recharging it there. I'm afraid that's impossible right now. The roads are completely snowed in.
Oh, damn it. Do I really just have to sit here and wait?
Yes, waiting is hard. At least try to recharge your lantern a little at the radio tower. I have an idea. Maybe I can help you.
Okay, sure.
Charge is weaker than at the lighthouse. The light feels strange. But it's better than nothing.
It's better than none. I don't care about that. Whoa. See that sick airtime I got?
I wonder what Jack's come up with.
Listen, Will, I was thinking I could lend you the dogs and the sled. You could reach the lighthouse and then come back.
Oh, that would be amazing. But are you sure the owner won't mind?
Well, you're only borrowing the team. And besides, the dogs always find their way back home.
What do you mean?
The way to the lighthouse isn't easy. It's a long distance, especially for someone who's never driven a dog team.
I've got no other choice, Jack. I've got to try.
All right, but first we need to get ready. Go to the shed. There are tools there. Check the sled, make sure everything's in order. I'll go get the dogs ready.
It's not as bad as it could be. So many tools. I need to pick the right one and get to work. This probably won't help me.
What?
This probably won't help me. I need to put in a new board. I need to prep it before... This probably won't help me. This probably won't help me.
Wow.
This probably won't help me.
Yeah. You don't know.
This probably won't help me. The supports are nailed in. They won't fall apart now. Perfect. I've cleared the excess. Great. I'll go tell Jack I'm done.
This probably won't help me. Doesn't say this won't help me, it just says probably won't help.
Are you sure this trip is a good idea?
Nope.
Jack, I've come too far to wait. I've got to find my dad and my son.
Here are some supplies. They should last you on the road.
I don't even know how to thank you.
There's no need to thank me. I just did what I thought was right. Take good care of the dogs. If you get lost, tell them home, and they'll bring you straight back.
I'll be in your debt forever, Jack.
To stay on course, follow those flag markers. Oh, and be careful with your lantern. If you hit a blizzard, it'll be your only guide.
Thank you, Jack.
Good luck, Will. Safe travels.
Okay. Whoa.
Let's go.
Holy. Pretty sure I saw a flag on the left. Ooh.
How do I steer this thing?
Whoa.
Easy, not so fast.
What do you mean? Are you fucking kidding me? What? Uh-oh. Oh. Hello. Okay. And they just did whatever they wanted. Oh, God. I'm lost. Uh-oh. Did I do it, or did I go so far off track where it's a restart?
Enough standing about. Time to move.
Oh, okay. Guess we got a checkpoint.
Before I leave.
Wow, this guy's littering. What the?
Done. Now I can keep going. Cup of tea wouldn't hurt. No telling when I'll have the chance again.
Whoosh. Onward.
No, this can't be good.
Oh my god.
Avalanche time.
I need to get clear. Think.
Whoa. Uh-oh. Ah! I mean, that's just the dogs literally not turning, but cool. So the thing is, like, when I'm turning left and right, like, I'm only controlling realistically the front two dogs. Everything else is, like, kind of follows from there.
No, this can't be good.
Oh my god. An avalanche. I need to get clear. Think.
I can't lose my way in this storm. Not now. No. We're headed straight for the cliff. A pale glow. Nothing left to lose. Looks like there's a cave ahead. Come on! We're almost there!
Stay. I'll go check what's ahead.
Dad, when we're going to play?
Child in the cave?
Don't be scared. I'll help you.
Oh, Shadow.
There's the way out. I need to hurry.
Hallucination? Maybe. It's starting to seem like maybe this is just Will passing into the afterlife. How the characters before have spoken. Whoa. Oh, well, now he's definitely dead. No longer just a metaphor. It's a meta 5.
Oh, interesting. This could melt that thin ice. Such a thick layer of ice. I need something to melt it.
I just get the note saying I can do it with the...
Is anyone here? Hello? This place feels familiar.
Took the thing, right? I might need him to say something first.
Child. Hey, wait!
Recharging the lantern now will be helpful later on.
Wow.
It's risky to cross here. There's no other way. I can't cross just yet. There must be something that moves me along the rope. I need to figure it out. I should check that building.
Mm-hmm.
If I mount the lens on the lantern, that should get me inside. Too early for this part. It won't fit now. Fits just right. Done. I should make sure it works.
Wow.
This drawing looks just like my lighthouse. I wonder if Thomas made it. Yeah, I'll take it. Might be useful.
Nah, I'll take it. Yeah, foreshadowing. Morning.
Your shift is over. Go back to Thomas.
Oh my god. Why do I even have that one?
This place feels like my lighthouse, but that can't be. Not with the ice and the notes. I need to check the house. The boy might still be inside. It never felt this bleak.
Kalendar. My favorite book, The Kalendar.
Go away. I was never what you needed.
Ugh, this lock. There's got to be a code. I had to leave in a hurry that day. Greg needed help. The lighthouse had lost all power.
Days you promised to come.
Yeah. I promised Thomas I'd visit on those days. And I didn't.
So it could be August 5th, March 7th, April 4th, September 21st. Alright, I can just brute force it with all of them. August 5th. March 7th. April 4. Sept 21st. Feb 24. May 16th. What day is today? Oh my god, what? No way. October 2nd. And that's it. Okay. It's just gonna be throughout the year. Yep. Not that one? Okay. What? Is there more to this than just the calendar days? Did I miss one? there's another day down there. I mean, I don't know what the pattern's supposed to be. I can just try different. Well. I mean, number-wise, there can only be so many things near the end. Right, it's gotta be at least 27 or higher. Brain's not functioning to really recognize a pattern instantly. I'm very exhausted. Oh, okay.
Thomas.
I'm just gonna brute force it. So yeah, I'll just start at the 27th since it's like the earliest day, and I'll just go through the year and go up to the 28th if not. Works pretty quick. Whoa. Miss you, Dad. Come back soon. We need a boat day.
Where are you?
It's Sasquatch. It's Bigfoot. Get him. Get him.
A fishing rod like Greg's. But where did he cast the line?
Oh my god, what is that?
Another gear.
Oh, what? Merry Christmas. What am I repairing? What? Oh, when you melt the ice, I see.
The gear I found must belong here. I'm almost there. Just one more part.
Oh shit, one more part. Around the backside?
I remember this drawing differently. What does this date mean?
Oh, maybe that's how I'm supposed to find it. Well, it was December 27th, so... I see. Please tell me I don't have to go all the way back to get something. I might need to stop at the lighthouse. Is that why there's a go back feature?
Gear? I'll take it. Might come in handy. It should fit here.
Wow. Bad trying to tell you something? Yeah, that you should go outside and touch some cabbages.
Son, I never saw how much you missed me. I thought I had to work. I thought I had to be strong and provide for you. But what's the point if I lose you? If I lose you the way I lost
After
you?
Mum passed away, you didn't need me anymore.
Look at these nice kicks we're wearing in the snow.
Why did I assume Thomas was up there? It just came out without thinking. So much ice. How did Thomas, or whoever that boy is, manage to climb up there?
He didn't. It also feels like at this point maybe Thomas is just a stand-in for his younger self. Thinking about his dad. It's like the story they're telling between Will and his dad and Thomas and Will is like seemingly the same.
Turn the lighthouse on. Light it up.
The lighthouse is lit again. It's more than just a light. It's hope. Hope that I can still set all of this right. Thomas, I'm coming.
Gross.
I'll never stop until I find you. Until I bring you home.
Will!
What? I was been in the snow. What are you doing up here, Bert?
Bert? Where's Thomas? The boy who was at the lighthouse?
The boy.
Easy, Will. Slow down. What boy? You fell out of that cave. I nearly lost you.
I think I had a really
safe
dream.
It happens. You can black out in that cold. I brought Molly for you and rigged the storm sails, just in case. You should keep going. I'll take the dogs back to Jack.
Thank you. You've done more for me than you know.
What?
But I still don't understand where I'm meant to go.
I think you know what you need to do. You'll manage. Here, take this, in case you lose your way again.
What? Not suspicious at all. Wow. Find Thomas. And we're off. Yippee. Honestly, if I thought there was enough left, I would stop for the night and just pick this up another day, but I think we're
Last. The lighthouse where Dad works.
Near the end, and I'd rather just finish it up tonight if we can, so... Hopefully this is the last stretch. Whoa. What?
Oh, when I was a kid, I'd have given anything to see one with Mum.
What do you mean a whale? In a whale?
Sperm whale. Yeah, it doesn't look calm. Best stay well clear of it.
Well, if I just can't see where I'm going half the time because the boat's sideways. Nah.
I need to figure out how to drive it off.
Is there a harpoon? Whoa. There's a mechanic here. I really don't want to engage with it, honestly. Stupid whale. Working my boat. You got some both system shocking mouse PI getting. Thank you, thank you.
There must be something that can keep it away.
It's pointing me that way, but like it looks like I can go over this way.
Might be something here about this whale.
Oh my god, it's been like the thing.
One of the Institute's outposts. If I'm lucky, I'll find something useful.
3-digit code, man.
What are these strange markings? You sure we won't manage to remember 3 digits? They've told us to shut the research down. No timeline given. I'm not that confident in my memory. If the magnetic door hadn't broken, we wouldn't need any of this.
Maybe, but this way we won't forget the combination. We just need to count the corners on the drawings.
Count the corners on the drawings. Now, what do you count as the corners here? We're talking like one corner? Is this, I mean, that's not like really a corner, right? Is it? Do you count this as like one angle? I mean, I would still say this is just 4 corners. I mean, this is also not 4 corners.
They've set up a backup power system here. They didn't rely on generators alone.
I mean, that's just straight up 4.
Few fuses are missing. Where would they keep them?
True. Okay, I want to... Like, can we assume... I mean, even if it's lines, it's not really going to make sense. I mean, the last one's definitely just 4 digits, though. Or just 4. Fucking... You're saying that's 6? I don't know. Six and 8? I mean... Okay, sure.
So I was right about what they were studying.
Berry tea. Please avoid overloading network elements, and the detailed power distribution diagram is located inside the transformer cabinet.
This might work. Right, an electronic lock. I'll need to get the power back on just for a moment.
Experiment 14, 915. Hypothesis confirmed. Acoustic pulses in the 2 to 4 kilohertz range are perceived by the subject as a threat. It attempts to avoid them. However, its response is unusual. The subject does not leave the waters, but returns to the same location within a few hours. Upon repeated emissions, its response to the stimulus becomes slower. The objective, to clear the channel, is proving difficult to achieve.
Wow. Where do we get those extra fuses?
The polar bear is a fast and dangerous predator. When it is hungry, it does not fear even humans. However, it is wary of bright light and
Locked. Locked. Perhaps I can open it through the transformer panel.
Incident 22. The subject rammed a boat during scheduled measurements. The crew, the official report. A report has been...
Hangar door 5V.
I should get that shed open. Look for the fuses inside.
Whoa.
Dad's handwriting? He was worried about the people at the station.
Thanks, Dad. 5.
Didn't expect the scientists to use something that risky to get around.
Oh, that's a cute little whale. Dad, this is for you. Harpoon.
A whaler's harpoon? What's it doing here?
What do you think?
It was meant for research, not killing. What were they really doing?
Termination protocol. Active phase suspended. Subject Alpha has altered its usual route and now consistently avoids the range of our emitter. This behavior does not appear to be random aggression. It suggests deliberate territorial defense against a recognized source of threat. The method has been deemed ineffective and harmful. The primary emission module has been removed. The station is transitioning to passive observation. The consequences of our interference appear to be irreversible for the animal, raising serious concerns about the ethics of such methods in the first place.
Fire into subject's fence. Sensor will remain embedded while the door will not hinder subject's movement. Oh my god. Let me just go ahead and screenshot this real quick. Station safe. Said 8's the optimal number. Station door. Communications 4. Other is 6. What do you think other could be? Nothing like clicked, so it doesn't seem right, but...
Right, an electronic lock. I'll need to get the power back on just for a moment. What? There we are.
What is that? It's a mushroom.
Just need to reach the tower. Then the whale won't be a problem.
Take the relay tower.
I need to get moving. Thomas, I'm close now.
It's the relay tower. That's the lighthouse, but hold on a second. I'm gonna look at that guide I was looking at before because I don't want to get in the boat and like try to sail around if I'm not going to the right spot, you know. Brain's a little too foggy for that right now. Not really clear on where to go. Okay. I'm glad I did that because I don't know where that is. Oh, it's across the way. I need to go there. It's also, I mean, just thinking of driving a boat in a game, what I disliked about Wind Waker growing up, like there's just certain parts where I just didn't pay attention and I'm just sailing around, just lost in the ocean. It's like, well, this is fun. Just wasting a bunch of time sailing around doing nothing. Wow, I made it.
Now to fit the device into the main mechanism.
The fuck?
Looks like a map of the area.
Oh.
The whale keeps to a set route. I can cut it off. The device needs time to reset.
Am I just waiting for this beep to get around in front of 2? Is that what we're doing? Oh wait, no, I can. Okay, now I can click it. Okay, that was weird.
Yes, that worked. The way to
wow.
is clear now.
Got him. And that's how you kill a whale. Or something.
promise I'm close now. Just hold on.
Will ever do? I don't know. I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea. Just vibing. Assuming I try to stream again tomorrow, hopefully I'll be less under the weather tomorrow. We might look for some more casual stuff. I don't know if I want to necessarily speedrun. I'm still feeling not great. We've got plenty of games to get to, potentially, but I'll get that figured out.
I knew they'd be here. Hope they've got some hot tea.
No, I'm gonna wait until it's like out of early access. There's actually like a full story and everything. I want to play it, but oh my god, a bear.
Easy, easy. Think.
Get out of here, dumb bear. Get. Wow. What a boss fight, man. Sick.
I knew they'd be here. Hope they've got some hot tea.
Especially a game like that, like, it's all about kind of progressing through the stuff. Like, exploring's fine, but unless there's like an actual end goal of like escaping a planet or whatever situation it is, it just kind of feels somewhat meaningless for an early access title, at least to me. Like, I'm sure you can build a base and stuff like you could in the other games, but that was never a part I like really cared about. What? I mean, do I need to like hold left click? It's not very clear. As as much in this game, it's not exactly clear what you need to do.
Hope they've got some hot tea.
Some hot tea? Honestly, I don't like tea, but I could probably use some hot tea. Or just a hot thing of honey. Oh my god, why'd I have to run so slow, brother?
Easy, easy. Think.
I'm spamming it. It reminded me of the Sea Bear episode, SpongeBob the camping. The anti-Sea Bear circle. You guys want to sing the campfire song?
Not now.
Swear to God.
Dad.
The CAMPFIRESONG song. I had to stop and think for a second. I was like, what? How do you spell this? Whoa, it's empty.
You're still cutting wood. And I'm not sure I ever forgave you.
What?
Mum's necklace. I couldn't find it. And Dad's had it all along.
No, I missed some planets.
Forgiving someone is never easy. It means letting go of the negative emotions of the past and
It's Papa.
I didn't think you'd follow me this far.
I wasn't following you. Where is my son? Where's Thomas?
In the end, you turned out much the same kind of father as I did. Don't lose your temper. Thomas is safe. I expect he's already made his way home.
I don't understand. If he's home, why are you here? Who took him back?
Will, sometimes to understand what matters, you have to step away from your course and look around you. Then things begin to make sense.
Let's do without the lectures. They never did me any good.
As you wish, son. As you wish.
I'm sorry. After Mum died, things between you and me, they fell apart. You kept your distance, shut yourself away.
It was simple enough. Every time I looked at you, all I could think was because of me, you were left without a mother. And I, without my wife. I did not have the strength to move past it.
Yeah, I always thought you were wrong not to come back to us. I told myself I'd be different. But I ended up doing the same thing. I drifted away from Thomas after Hila died. I didn't even realize it. So I don't blame you anymore. We were both in the wrong. Forgive me.
Thank you, son. It means more to me than you know to hear you say that. Strange, isn't it? We lighthouse keepers tend the light so others may find their way. Yet we're left to walk in the dark ourselves.
You're certain Thomas made it back to town?
Certainly. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here alone.
Then Cass will look after him. Can I sit here with you a little longer?
I'm sorry, Will, but it's too soon for you to rest. Thomas is a fine lad. Don't leave him. Don't make my mistakes.
Yeah, you're right. No time to linger. Light the beacon so I can find my way.
I'm afraid my lighthouse has gone dark for good in these ice fields. There's no light left in it.
Here. Hila gave me this lantern. Set it in the lens. It should be enough.
Yeah, but when you've gone beyond the light, what then?
Don't worry. I'll be all right.
Very well, son. I'll do as you ask. It's time we said our goodbyes.
Goodbye, Dad. Thomas and I'll come see you soon.
Yeah. Time will tell. Fair winds to you, Will.
So he's dead, but maybe we can survive or something? Follow the light. Whoa. I mean, the dad 100% dead. Driving around in my little boat. Beep bop boop boop boo doop bop boop. Driving around in a little boat. Wow. I'm also getting very hungry. So pretty, wow. This is actually just a cancerous chemtrail. The open ocean. We're doing it. We're following the light. Questions, how far do I need to go before it triggers whatever it's gonna trigger? I can skip sailing. Was that there before? Skip. Whoa! It's like the beginning of the game. Was he like supposed to have died at the beginning of the game? Or something? I kind of forgot about the beginning until now. Whoa! Big wave. Woo!
Port side!
I gotta ask this before which side's. Oh, port side's left. I can see it. Whee!
Oh, if I hadn't dropped the sail, that would have been it. Starboard side, wave!
I love that he's yelling this to himself. Set sail. What do you mean, set sail? Well, this is fun. We're like in the endless sailing moment. Oh, lighthouse. Oh my god, I see it. I'm gonna make it. We weathered the storm. Let's stare directly into the sun. I realize now this is the sun. Oh god. I'm staring directly into the sun again. My eyes. Whoa. Is that Thomas? Little Thomas. They lived happily ever after. I guess. We'll never know. We'll never, ever find out. I mean, it seems at least to deal with the topic of passing on, at least with the father side of things. I don't know if technically, like, Will was supposed to also be passing on. The ending there doesn't really make sense if that's the case, but it also doesn't help that I probably skipped past a lot of the optional stuff to read, and I played the first half a couple days ago when I was starting to get sick and didn't really pay attention. It's a cozy, quaint little game. There's a lot of stuff that felt a little strange in terms of like what you're supposed to do next. I remember in the first stream of this, like wandering around the dock trying to figure out what to click on for part of it. Spaghetti Cat. It's a cool company name. Spaghetti Cat. Oh, so what do you do for work? You know, I'm the CEO of Spaghetti Cat. No big deal. May have heard of us before. Got a real saucy job. It would be a sick ending twist. Yeah, music was very ambient, not overpowering. Beep ba doop bop ba doop boo bop. Beepin' the boop. Cool. Well, no post credit stinger. I didn't really expect there to be one, but you know. Sometimes they throw in a little surprise twist there at the end. But yeah, that'll do it for tonight. I'm tired, exhausted, hungry, little seasonal sickness going on too, so but we'll call it there. Still a 5-hour stream, it's not bad. I do hope to stream again tomorrow. I didn't really want to take the past couple days off, but yeah, we'll see. If I still feel the way I do now, I'll probably just try to find something for us to play casually. I do need to do a run of mouse PI because there's a new potential auto splitter that's level based instead of quest based, which would be nice, but it's not like a pressing matter, so if I'm feeling up to it, we might at least do one run of that tomorrow. If not, maybe we'll play something casually. Don't know. Gotta tune in tomorrow to find out, assuming I do stream. But thanks for watching, thanks for hanging out. It's fun watching the tomato video. Shout outs once again to him if you want to see that. If you weren't here when we were watching that, the link is in the pinned comment. Or you can just go to YouTube and look for Tomato Anus and check out his recent video. Very good. Very solid video. Always look forward to watching those. And yeah. If you missed the first half of the playthrough of this, there's a Twitch VOD you can check out, but I'll try to get that and Call the Elder Gods up on YouTube over the weekend. So you can go back and watch it at your leisure. But until then, thanks for watching. Good night. Goodbye. I'm going to go find some snacks.